Most people go through life never questioning the substance of a thought. It enters, it exits, and we carry on, barely registering it as anything more than a private internal whisper. We don't measure it. We don't expect it to produce physical results. We don't see it. We don't hear it. And so we assume it's weightless, harmless, inconsequential. That's the illusion. Because in truth, every single thought you generate is a burst of electrical activity. A pulse, a flash, a quantifiable, recordable event that sends a current down neural pathways, releasing a cascade of signals and fields into your body and beyond. And it doesn't stop there. Paired with emotion, the language of the heart, your thought takes on a charge, a magnetic field. That combination of electricity and magnetism forms what is known in physics as an electromagnetic frequency. And that frequency doesn't just stay locked in your skull or trapped in your chest. It travels outward into the invisible scaffolding of the universe. The same space we breathe in and walk through, this empty field all around us, is actually an ocean of quantum energy. It's listening, reacting, reflecting, and most important of all, it's rearranging. In other words, thought is not just a cognitive process. Thought is a force, and not metaphorically, literally. You are emitting fields with every emotion, every belief, every mental rehearsal of who you are and what's possible for you. Those fields have structure. They carry data. They attract matching energies and repel others. This isn't spiritual optimism. It's measurable. It's physics. And it means that your internal landscape is writing your external life. Now you might be asking, if that's true, why doesn't everyone create miracles on command? Why don't people heal instantly? Why doesn't wealth drop into the lap of every positive thinker? Because this field isn't random. It follows laws. It has a language. And like any energetic system, precision and alignment matter. This video is going to show you how to speak that language fluently. You're going to understand how your brain generates electrical waves, how your heart produces a magnetic resonance far stronger than any thought, how the synchronization of those two systems, the head and the heart, becomes a coherent signal that the universe recognizes and responds to. We'll cover how this electromagnetic signature isn't fixed. It changes based on your feelings, your focus, your environment, and even your breath. And most importantly, you'll learn how to change it on purpose, to sculpt it like a signal tower, and broadcast a new frequency that draws your desired future directly into your path. Whether you're looking to heal your body, upgrade your financial reality, experience deeper love, or unlock a new level of creativity, this is not just about inspiration. It's about calibration. You'll also be introduced to cutting-edge tools like HRV or heart rate variability that show in real time how energetically aligned you are. Biofeedback technologies that reflect your inner state with startling accuracy. And scientific protocols that have been shown to alter outcomes simply by changing the quality and intensity of thought. But let's be clear, this is not just about having good intentions. This is about energy mastery. It's about understanding that thoughts are not wishful concepts. They are electromagnetic instructions. It's about recognizing that you are a broadcasting tower, a receiving satellite, a quantum interface walking around in human form, creating your world not by effort alone, but by frequency. And just like tuning a radio to a specific station, your thoughts and feelings must align with the channel of the outcome you want. Otherwise, all you get is static. We're going to unpack this from the foundation up. We'll start by reframing thought itself. You've likely never seen it this way, not as electrical motion, not as a force moving in measurable patterns. That's about to change. From there, we'll move into the energetic role of emotions, the often ignored counterpart to mental clarity. You'll discover how emotions are not simply reactions, but magnetic influencers. They determine whether your thoughts take root in the quantum field or vanish like smoke. Next, we explore your body's role in this energetic equation, how you, as a biological system, are constantly pulsing out frequencies that either reinforce or contradict your desires. You'll learn how coherence between the brain and heart creates electromagnetic harmony, the very condition required for quantum attraction. Not only is this state real, it's trackable, replicable, and transformative. We'll measure your field. We'll amplify it. We'll explore how your thoughts are received by your own DNA and how the very code within your cells shifts in response to emotional states. We'll go deep into the dynamics of focused intention and the science behind why the universe organizes around commitment, not mere hope. You'll discover why certain thoughts manifest while others evaporate. Later, we'll bring in the concept of quantum charging, the ability to supercharge intentions with structured rituals, visualization, and specific breathwork patterns. These aren't vague recommendations. They're field-tested techniques designed to accelerate coherence and impact. We will explore belief as a carrier frequency and the role of subconscious programs in reinforcing or sabotaging your desired reality. You'll understand how to install new expectations in your nervous system and align your body's chemistry with your vision. We'll unpack the most magnetic emotional states and map their frequency signatures. And yes, you'll learn which ones produce the fastest shifts in external conditions. As we continue, you'll be shown how your energetic broadcast is affected by your physical space, by the people around you, by technology, and even by your posture and breathing patterns. You'll receive tools to clean the static from your field, to protect your signal, and to create a resonant environment that multiplies your results. Then we go further, beyond self, into group fields. You'll discover how shared coherence amplifies intention exponentially, how small groups of aligned individuals can alter environments, lower crime, boost plant growth, and speed healing in ways that defy conventional logic but not energetic law. As we approach the closing themes, we'll explore how time behaves differently in the quantum world, how intention, emotion, and memory form loops that can affect outcomes not just forward but backward. You'll learn how to align to the version of yourself already living your goal, and pull that reality into the present. Finally, you'll come to a conclusion so radical and yet so intuitive that it may shift your understanding of self permanently. You are not just operating in a field of energy. You are that field. Every thought, every frequency, every emotion you emit, it's not reaching out into something separate. It's reaching into yourself. And that means every change you seek is not something to chase. It's something to tune into. Let's begin. When you think, something remarkable happens. A neuron, a single cell in your vast brain, fires. That firing isn't metaphorical. It's electrical, measurable, tangible. Think of it like a spark on a wire. A pulse of electricity jumping from one node to another across a tiny synaptic gap. Now consider that you have over 80 billion neurons, and each of those can connect to thousands of others. That's not complexity, that's a power grid. And it's running every second, fueled by thought. But this isn't just internal electricity. Every electrical impulse in your brain creates a corresponding magnetic field. That means every thought produces an electromagnetic signature. And where there's electromagnetism, there's influence. The moment a neuron fires, the electrical signal isn't just confined to your skull. It extends outward in the form of a frequency. Your thoughts literally radiate. They extend past the physical body into the space around you. This isn't theory. EEG machines measure the brain's electrical output. MEG devices capture its magnetic emissions. These aren't hidden behind mystical veils. They're observable, chartable, trackable. So let's ask a new question. If your thoughts are real signals, what are they interacting with? The answer, everything. The electromagnetic field around your body isn't isolated. It's interfacing with other fields, with other people, with the ambient quantum environment that holds the blueprint of all potential realities. Thought becomes a vote, a frequency-based request sent into the morphic field. And what comes back to you, experiences, synchronicities, opportunities, are in large part shaped by the nature and consistency of that signal. This changes everything. You've been taught that action creates results. And that's true, but it's only half the truth. Action without coherent intention is like shouting into static. It gets lost. But intention that originates as focused thought, consistently held, energetically aligned, becomes a tuning fork. The field responds. Let's take this further. Each kind of thought produces different electrical patterns in the brain. These are known as brainwave states. Beta waves dominate when you're alert or anxious. Alpha emerges in calm focus. Theta shows up during meditation. delta when you sleep, and gamma, the most rare, during deep insight and transcendence. Each of these states represents a unique frequency, and each frequency has a different effect on your body and the space around you. So it's not just what you think, it's how you think it. Fast, chaotic brainwave states signal incoherence. Slower, rhythmic states like alpha and theta generate smoother electromagnetic fields. And when your thoughts are clear and your brainwaves organized, your field becomes coherent. That coherence is not passive. It's power. In a coherent state, your energy isn't leaking. It's targeted, focused, aligned. And that's when thought becomes more than background noise. It becomes a commanding presence. This is the science of energetic leadership, and it begins with understanding that every thought is electricity in motion. But that's not the full picture. Thought alone creates a signal, but signal without charge doesn't attract. To activate that electromagnetic circuit, something else is required. Next, we will uncover the second half of the equation, the magnetic amplifier that gives your thoughts weight and pull. Let's talk about emotion. You've now seen how thought acts as electricity, a broadcast signal generated by neural firing and encoded with the structure of your intention. But electricity alone doesn't produce attraction. It's incomplete. A signal without a magnet has no pull. This is where emotion enters. If thought is the electrical part of your field, then feeling is the magnetic force that gives it direction and strength. Together, they form your electromagnetic signature, the energetic fingerprint shaping your reality. Emotion is not simply an internal state. It is a field generator. Every feeling you hold activates the heart, and the heart, in turn, produces a powerful magnetic resonance measurable far beyond your skin. The HeartMath Institute has shown that this field can be detected several feet away from the body, but its influence stretches even further, well into the quantum level, where subtle fields interact with patterns of probability. So while the brain sends the blueprint, it's the heart that charges it. The emotional tone you carry either amplifies or short-circuits the message you're sending out into the field. Let's say you're thinking of success. You visualize it, you rehearse it mentally, you even affirm it daily. That's your electrical activity. It's real and it's doing something. But now consider the emotional state behind it. If the dominant feeling under those thoughts is frustration or doubt, the magnetic resonance of your field contradicts the signal. You're thinking one frequency but feeling another, and the field listens to both. This mismatch is the reason so many people claim to try manifestation without results. They're emitting two conflicting signals, a mind that wants change and a heart that doesn't believe it. The universe doesn't respond to what you think you want. It responds to what you feel you are. That's the power of emotion. It colors the frequency of your field. It tells the quantum world how serious you are, whether you're aligned, whether you're coherent, whether your message has power. Let's look at the body's response to different emotions. Every emotional state produces measurable changes in heart rate, hormonal release, nervous system activity, and electromagnetic output. Feelings like joy, gratitude, compassion, and love produce smooth, ordered waveforms. These are states of coherence, harmony between systems. On the other hand, emotions such as anger, fear, guilt, or shame produce chaotic, fragmented wave patterns. These states disrupt coherence. They scatter your field. They weaken your signal. Now think of the implications. Every time you feel stressed or angry while trying to focus on a goal, your emotional field becomes incoherent. Even if your thoughts are focused, the emotional magnet is distorted. It's like trying to send a message through a broken radio. The signal might be there, but it won't land. To fully harness the magnetism of thought, you must become aware of what you are consistently feeling. This means building emotional awareness, noticing the patterns you live in. Do you feel rushed most of the time? Anxious? Judgmental? Numb? These aren't just moods, they're signals. And the field is always listening. But there's good news. Just as thoughts can be trained, emotions can be regulated, generated, and chosen. This is not about faking positivity. It's about activating emotions that align with your chosen reality. Let's break this down even further. Every desire you have is tied to an emotional signature. You don't want the job, the house, or the relationship for their own sake. You want them because of how you believe they'll make you feel. Successful, free, loved, valued. But here's the shortcut. You don't need to wait for the external event to generate the feeling. You can create the emotional signature now in the present, and by doing so, align yourself with the frequency of the very thing you seek. This is emotional pre-alignment, the art of feeling now what you want to attract later. And the field responds to that with precision. Let's say your future self, the version of you living your desired life, feels empowered, grateful, and clear. You now have the power to bring that emotion into your system now. Not in theory, in practice. Breathing exercises, coherent heart focus, and intentional emotional recall can activate these states reliably. As you do, your magnetic field changes. And because the field is always attracting, whether you're aware of it or not, a coherent, elevated emotion paired with a clear thought becomes the most powerful signal you can send. It's no longer just thinking about success. You are becoming the field of success. No longer dreaming of love, you are the frequency of love. This is the real source of creation, and it's measurable. Devices like heart coherence monitors and HRV trackers can show you exactly how aligned your emotional field is. This isn't guesswork. This is energetic biology, and it's rewiring your life moment to moment. Now that you've seen how emotion completes the electromagnetic equation, you're ready to take it to the next level. Because you're not just emitting isolated thoughts or stray feelings. You're transmitting, continuously. Next, we will explore how your body functions as a human broadcast tower, sending signals into the world that return not as ideas, but as outcomes. You now know that every thought you think produces electrical activity, and every feeling you hold generates a magnetic field. Together, they form your electromagnetic signature. But here's the part that most people never realize. This signal isn't momentary. It's not a flicker of light in the dark. It's a constant broadcast. You are transmitting right now. In fact, you have never stopped. Since the day your nervous system came online, your body has been a generator, emitting fields, radiating signals, and interacting with the world not just physically, but energetically. You are a walking transmitter, a frequency generator, a living antenna sending messages into the quantum space around you and receiving messages back. Every emotion, every belief, every expectation, they're not private thoughts locked inside your head. They are frequencies sent into the energetic grid that connects everything. Let's clarify what this means in practice. When you think of yourself as always unlucky, that's not just self-talk. That's a broadcast. It emits a frequency that attracts matching patterns. When you constantly worry about being abandoned or unseen, you're not just venting emotions. You're creating a resonance. That signal is carried by your body, embedded in your posture, your voice, your choices, and the field responds accordingly. On the other hand, when you consistently generate thoughts and feelings that match a life of confidence, peace, and success, you begin to carry that frequency in your field. And like attracts like, this isn't vague attraction theory. It's signal behavior. It's physics. Broadcasting doesn't mean pushing. You're not forcing outcomes. You're emitting. Like a radio tower doesn't force the listener to tune in, it simply transmits. Those who are aligned with the frequency hear the signal. The rest don't. Your life operates in exactly the same way. You are already attracting people, events, opportunities, and patterns that match the signal you carry. The question is not whether you're broadcasting. The question is, what are you tuned to? This means taking full ownership of your internal state. The energetic signal you're sending isn't neutral. It's instructive. And the universe is not ignoring it, it's matching it. Let's take a real example. A person who repeatedly affirms wealth but internally feels scarcity. Their thoughts may temporarily boost them, but the dominant emotional frequency is fear. That fear sends a stronger magnetic signal than the words themselves. What does the field respond to? Not the affirmation, but the emotion beneath it. This is why alignment is everything. You must not only speak or think your desired reality. You must embody its frequency. And embodiment begins with awareness. Start by becoming conscious of your dominant emotional tone. Are you generally trusting or doubting? Calm or chaotic? Hopeful or cynical? These aren't personality quirks, they're frequencies. They shape what you broadcast. And that broadcast doesn't just influence outcomes. It influences other people. Studies in neurocardiology show that the heart's field can entrain or synchronize the fields of others. A person in a coherent, regulated emotional state can elevate the state of those nearby without saying a word. Think about that. You are impacting people before you speak, before you act. Simply by walking into the room, you've already sent a signal. Now ask yourself, what are you sending? This isn't about being perfect or artificially positive. It's about consistency. The universe doesn't need perfection. It needs clarity. When your energetic signal is clear, consistent, and emotionally coherent, the field begins to organize around it. People show up, timing aligns, resources surface, and most importantly, your body responds. Your biology shifts, cells begin to repair, hormones rebalance, immune response strengthens, because coherence in your electromagnetic field creates coherence in your physical structure. You're not just changing your luck, you're changing your chemistry. It's important to understand that broadcasting happens whether you intend it or not. The field doesn't wait for permission. It reads signal. It responds to what's active. And what's active is whatever you consistently think, feel, and expect. The key is learning to control your signal intentionally, to become the author of your field. You do this through conscious regulation of emotion, by selecting thoughts that match your goals, and by eliminating interference that distorts your signal. We'll cover all of that in depth soon. For now, the takeaway is this. You are not sending random energy into the world. You are tuning reality like a radio station. You can broadcast poverty, chaos, and fear, or you can tune to abundance, peace, and clarity. It's not about belief alone. It's about frequency. Next, we will explore how those frequencies don't just influence perception. They sculpt matter, because once your signal reaches the quantum field, it begins arranging particles, events, and biology to match its frequency. Let's uncover how frequencies shape form, and how your body itself is a responsive 3D printer, constantly building reality in alignment with your broadcast. At this point, you've understood the nature of thought as electrical, the role of feeling as magnetic, and how your body functions as a continuous broadcast system. Now comes the next revelation, perhaps the most physically consequential of all. Frequencies don't just influence, they build. They sculpt the very reality you inhabit down to the cellular, atomic, and spatial level. This isn't philosophy. This is physics, biology, and engineering all converging on one undeniable truth. Frequency affects form. Your body, and everything in your experience, responds to frequencies the same way sand responds to vibration on a metal plate. The right frequency creates geometry, patterns, structure. The wrong one causes chaos, distortion, and collapse. This principle has been demonstrated repeatedly in the science of cymatics, the study of visible sound vibration. When a pure frequency is applied to a surface covered in particles or liquid, those particles organize into complex geometric patterns. Change the frequency and the pattern changes. This is not symbolic. It's literal. Frequency rearranges matter. Now let's apply this to you. If your thoughts and emotions generate electromagnetic frequencies, and those frequencies are constantly interacting with the field, then they are, by definition, influencing how matter arranges around you. That includes the matter that makes up your body, your environment, your circumstances, and your life outcomes. You are not living in a vacuum of causality. You are existing inside a continuously adapting, feedback-responsive system that rearranges itself based on the signals you emit. This means that what you see as reality is often just the visible structure of your consistent frequencies, the pattern that your thoughts and feelings have been generating over time. Let's get specific. Your cells are listening. They respond to your electromagnetic field. Research in bioelectromagnetics shows that frequencies can influence everything from wound healing to DNA repair. That's because biological tissues are not passive. They are dynamic, field-sensitive systems. When you hold a chronic emotional state, say resentment, fear, or hopelessness, your body receives that field as instruction. It adapts, hormones shift, neural circuits reinforce, immune functions decline, cellular repair slows, matter becomes a match for the frequency. On the other hand, if you begin to generate coherent emotional frequencies, love, gratitude, joy, your body doesn't just feel better psychologically. It reorganizes physically, systems repair, genes express differently, biology aligns with the new electromagnetic instruction. That's how you sculpt your own health. But it doesn't stop there. Your energetic signature also influences what happens around you. It affects how other people perceive you. It affects whether opportunities flow or freeze. Because you're not the only one receiving frequencies. Other humans are wired to sense them too. Their nervous systems respond unconsciously to yours. You've experienced this. Someone walks into a room and shifts the whole atmosphere without a word. They don't need to speak to make their presence known. That's not charisma, that's frequency. It's coherence. And coherence, as we'll keep exploring, has structure. Structure you can feel. Structure that reshapes matter. Let's take it even further. Frequencies also determine how potential becomes physical. At the quantum level, everything exists as possibility, until observed, until measured, until influenced by an energetic presence. This is the essence of quantum field theory. That reality doesn't collapse into physical form until it interacts with energy. Your field is that energy. So every time you maintain a thought-feeling pattern, you're not just passively waiting for reality to catch up. You're the force that decides how possibility becomes fact. Your frequency carves form out of the field. This is how outcomes are generated. It also explains why most people remain stuck. They don't shift frequency. They push harder, act more, plan obsessively, but never change the electromagnetic pattern they're radiating. The result? The same form endlessly recycled. But change the frequency and the structure must change. We see this reflected in nature. Crystals form only under specific resonant conditions. Water takes shape based on temperature and vibration. Sound can break glass or make it resonate in harmony. The medium responds to the message. Always. And you, as an energetic being, are both medium and message. This is why frequency work must come before strategy, before grind, before logistics. Because if the frequency isn't aligned, all the effort in the world can't override the field you're emitting. Your body will resist. Your world will reflect. But once you change the frequency, your health begins to reflect balance, your relationships become lighter, and possibilities that once seemed locked suddenly materialize. You didn't will them into existence. You matched them. You might be wondering, is this why some people seem lucky? Why certain individuals attract health, opportunities, or breakthroughs with less struggle? In many cases, yes, they are living at a different baseline frequency. They are coherent, emotionally aligned, unconsciously structured to magnetize favorable outcomes because their field shapes matter more efficiently. And you can learn to do the same. This isn't reserved for mystics or outliers. It's a biological capacity available to anyone who chooses to master their electromagnetic presence. And that mastery begins with awareness, then moves into regulation, repetition, and amplification. Next, we will explore how that regulation goes even deeper into your very biology. Because your DNA is not just a blueprint locked away in the nucleus of your cells. It's a frequency receiver and it's listening to you. At this stage, you understand that your thoughts are electrical, your emotions are magnetic, and together they form your energetic field, the frequency that shapes your experience. You've now seen that your DNA reads and responds to this field constantly. But now we shift focus to a new concept, one that has transformative implications across physical health, mental clarity, emotional resilience, and conscious manifestation. Coherence. More specifically, heart-brain coherence. This isn't a metaphor or poetic idea. It's a physiological state, measurable in real time, where the rhythms of your heart and the waves of your brain enter into synchronized harmony. It is one of the most powerful, efficient, and elevated states a human being can generate, and it changes everything. In this state, the two most influential electrical generators in your body, your heart and your brain, are no longer sending conflicting signals. They're aligned, unified, broadcasting a clear, coherent frequency into your body and into the space around you. The result? Enhanced clarity, accelerated healing, heightened creativity, emotional stability, expanded awareness, and most importantly, amplified influence on the quantum field. Let's break down the mechanics. Your heart has its own nervous system, a dense network of over 40,000 neurons that allows it to think, feel, and remember independently from the brain. It sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to it. It's constantly informing your cognitive functions, emotional state, and energetic field. When you feel gratitude, love, compassion, or appreciation, the heart begins to beat in a smooth, ordered rhythm, a sine wave pattern. This rhythm, known as heart rate variability, HRV, becomes highly structured. This structure is called coherence. Now here's the key. When the heart enters coherence, it sends that rhythm upward to the brain. The brain then responds with increased alpha and gamma waves, states associated with calm focus, creative insight, and heightened awareness. This synchrony between heart and brain produces a state of internal order. It's not just a feeling of peace, it's a neurological upgrade. Your nervous system becomes efficient. Your hormones balance. Your immune system strengthens. Your field amplifies. You're no longer divided within yourself. You're resonating. And resonance is power. This matters for many reasons, but let's focus on two. First, a coherent system sends a stronger signal. When your heart and brain are aligned, the electromagnetic field they generate becomes highly structured and carries more information into the environment. It's like switching from a fuzzy AM radio signal to crystal clear digital stereo. This enhances your influence on the quantum field. Your intention is clearer. Your emotions are more consistent. The message you send into the space around you becomes more coherent, and therefore more impactful. Second, coherence allows you to sustain elevated states longer. Anyone can feel inspired for 5 minutes, but the ability to maintain an elevated frequency, to hold the field, requires internal harmony. Without it, you burn out, you scatter, you sabotage. Heart-brain coherence gives you the physiological stability to hold your frequency, and therefore hold your reality without breaking down. Let's take it even further. Coherence isn't just about the self. It also has powerful interpersonal and environmental effects. Studies show that when one person enters a state of heart-brain coherence, others in their proximity begin to entrain, to synchronize to that same rhythm, even without speaking. This creates a collective coherence bubble, amplifying the energetic state of the group. This has been observed in classrooms, in hospitals, in workspaces, and most importantly, in intentional communities seeking healing, manifestation, or transformation. Your coherence influences others. This means that when you practice coherence, you're not just improving your internal state. You're becoming a frequency stabilizer for the space around you, a resonant anchor, a tuning fork for higher states of consciousness, simply by your presence. Practicing coherence isn't complicated. It begins with breath. Slow, rhythmic breathing, usually 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out, sends a signal to the body that safety is present. This immediately begins to balance the autonomic nervous system, lowering stress and preparing the heart for coherence. Then comes intentional focus, bringing awareness to the heart area physically, actually placing your attention there, increases neural activity in the cardiac nervous system. It deepens the connection between heart and brain. Finally, you add emotion. You activate elevated feeling states intentionally. Gratitude, appreciation, compassion, not abstractly. You generate the emotion through memory, visualization, or pure will. Once all three components are present, rhythmic breath, focused attention, and elevated emotion, coherence is activated. And with just a few minutes of practice per day, this state can become your new baseline. This is not meditation. This is electromagnetic training. It's energetic precision. And it upgrades your field. Now let's connect this to your manifestation potential. When the heart and brain are aligned, your signal becomes more coherent. The field, the quantum substrate from which matter is born, responds more directly to coherent signals than to scattered ones. This is why it's not enough to think positively while feeling anxious. The brain and heart are out of sync. The signal is incoherent. The field receives noise, not command. But enter coherence and your thought becomes charged. Your emotion becomes clean. The message becomes magnetic. And reality bends. Not because you hoped harder, but because your internal circuitry was clear enough to imprint the field effectively. This is the gateway to real creation. And it all begins within you. Next, we will reveal why your heart is not just a metaphorical center of emotion, but a true energetic powerhouse, with a magnetic field thousands of times stronger than your brain. Because when it comes to shaping reality, the heart is not just a partner. It's the main generator. You now recognize that the heart isn't just a pump. It's the dominant energetic generator in the body. Its magnetic field is vast, structured, and capable of encoding thought and emotion into a frequency that influences the external world. Now we turn to the metric that allows you to see your coherence, not just feel it. A biological signature that reflects your inner alignment in real time. A feedback tool that reveals your energetic stability and helps you train it with precision. This metric is called Heart Rate Variability (HRV), and it is one of the most powerful ways to assess your internal state of alignment, balance, and emotional regulation. Let's be clear, HRV is not the same as heart rate. Heart rate measures how many times your heart beats per minute. HRV, however, measures the variation in time between those beats. And that variation tells a deep story. It reveals whether your nervous system is in survival mode or in flow, whether you're anxious and fragmented or coherent and regulated, whether your electromagnetic field is steady and magnetic or noisy and unstable. HRV is the fingerprint of your frequency. Let's break this down further. A healthy heart does not beat like a metronome. It doesn't tick in perfect regularity. That's actually a sign of rigidity, not health. A high HRV means there's flexibility between beats. The heart is adapting moment by moment to the body's changing needs. It shows resilience, capacity, balance between the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of the autonomic nervous system. In simpler terms, high HRV equals high adaptability, and adaptability is coherence in action. Low HRV, on the other hand, suggests the system is strained, locked into a narrow bandwidth of response, often in a chronic stress pattern, survival, inflammation, overactivation. You may not consciously feel this, but your field does. Your signal weakens, your body falls out of regulation, and your ability to maintain a coherent frequency for manifesting becomes compromised. Why does this matter for manifestation? Because when you generate an intention, whether through thought, visualization, or emotion, you are sending instructions to the field. But if your internal system is in chaos, the message becomes scrambled. The field responds to coherence. If your biology isn't stable, your energetic output is foggy. And your outcomes reflect that. HRV is your biological mirror. It shows you whether your intentions are backed by a regulated system or sabotaged by inner dissonance. Now here's the key. HRV is not fixed. You can train it, improve it, sculpt it intentionally. That means you can train your coherence. You can raise the clarity of your energetic signal not by guesswork, but by real-time biofeedback. There are devices on the market, scientifically validated, portable, easy to use, that track HRV by reading the electrical output of your heart. These tools translate your rhythm into visual data. With them, you can literally see your coherence on screen. You can watch as stress fragments your signal, and watch it stabilize when you shift into gratitude. You can observe how a single thought can either bring harmony or chaos. You become the operator of your own frequency. And this kind of precision changes the game. It moves you from blind hope into energetic responsibility. But here's the deeper truth. HRV doesn't just reflect your physical or emotional health. It reflects your energetic readiness. It shows whether you are in a state where intention can imprint reality, whether your system is in alignment with expansion or stuck in survival. This is the bridge between science and energy. It confirms what mystics have always claimed. Your inner state is the key. And now, for the first time in history, you don't have to guess what that state is. You can track it, tune it, master it. And this mastery carries over into every area of life. Mental clarity improves. Recovery speeds up. Immune function increases. Emotional reactivity decreases. Your relationships shift because your field is more stable. Your intuition sharpens because your noise levels drop. You become a tuned instrument, clear, responsive, magnetic. And the field responds to you with equal precision. So what does it take to raise your HRV? It begins with breath. Slow, rhythmic breathing stimulates the vagus nerve, the regulator of your parasympathetic nervous system. It signals the body that there's no threat. Safety returns. Balance is restored. Next comes emotional activation. Generating elevated states like gratitude or appreciation shifts your hormonal profile, increasing DHEA, reducing cortisol. These chemical changes are reflected in your heart rhythm. You're not forcing coherence. You're generating the conditions that allow it to emerge. And the more you practice, the more your system learns to stay there. It becomes your baseline. This is the essence of energetic conditioning. You're not just calming yourself. You're building a new signal, a stronger, cleaner electromagnetic field. A field that transmits clear instructions to the quantum substrate of reality. You're upgrading your manifestation capacity at the biological level. And every moment spent in this state rewires your system, heart, brain, field, to sustain it longer, project it farther, and attract with greater speed and precision. Now you have the tools to measure coherence. You've seen how HRV reflects the strength of your field and your capacity to manifest. But how do you fine-tune the signal? Next, we will explore the specific tools, technologies, and energetic practices used by modern mystics and bioenergetic practitioners to calibrate their personal electromagnetic field with precision. You've now entered a space where inner alignment is no longer a mystery. It's trackable, trainable, and upgradable. You've seen that heart rate variability reveals how coherent your inner systems are, and that coherence directly enhances your capacity to imprint the quantum field. Now we explore the tools available to you, not as gimmicks or luxuries, but as powerful instruments for precision alignment. Instruments that help you regulate your frequency, expand your energetic presence, and confirm the efficacy of your practice in real time. Because this is the age of the modern mystic, not cloaked in robes on a mountaintop, but grounded in data, clarity, and embodiment. Let's begin with the foundational principle. You can't manage what you don't measure. If you're serious about shaping reality through energy, you need to know what you're emitting. You need feedback, not guesswork, not mood, data. And now you have access to tools that offer exactly that. Let's start with HRV biofeedback monitors. Small, portable devices that track your heart's rhythm and provide a visual cue of coherence. These tools allow you to sit down, breathe, focus, and immediately see how your body is responding. They teach you to shift into coherent states on demand. You'll learn what thoughts create tension, what emotional memories stabilize your rhythm, what kind of breath pattern supports your best energetic state. This builds self-awareness faster than any passive practice. It shows you the cause and effect chain of frequency in action. And over time, it calibrates your nervous system for resilience and magnetism. Next are electroencephalogram, EEG, devices designed to monitor brainwave activity. These headband-style wearables detect alpha, beta, theta, and gamma waves, giving insight into your cognitive and meditative states. They reveal whether your mental frequency is chaotic or clear, focused or fragmented. You'll discover how your thoughts are affecting the field not by theory, but by waveform. For creators, meditators, and manifestors, EEG feedback becomes a neural compass, pointing you back toward the states that carry the highest vibrational potential. Then there are biofield imaging systems, advanced cameras and sensors that map the subtle energy field around your body. These systems visualize energy flow, coherence levels, and blockages in the auric field. While more specialized, they provide compelling visual proof that your energy is not only real, it is visible, trackable, and alterable. When used alongside emotional coherence training, you can see how specific states of mind affect the vibrational density and color of your energy field. These tools bridge science and mysticism. They make the invisible visible. You can also explore voice frequency analysis tools, systems that analyze the tonal frequencies of your voice to determine emotional coherence, energetic blocks, and field resonance. Because your voice carries more than words, it carries vibration. The tone, pitch, and rhythm of your voice reflect your energetic truth. These tools decode it. They tell you whether your voice is reflecting coherence or tension, certainty or doubt, and help you retrain it to carry the frequency of magnetism. This is especially valuable for communicators, coaches, and leaders, anyone who uses their voice to move energy. Now let's ground this in a daily practice. You begin by using a heart coherence monitor for 10 minutes each morning. You track your baseline HRV. Then you breathe, focus on your heart, and generate gratitude. You watch the rhythm smooth. You watch coherence rise. You make note of which emotional states lift your signal. You store them like mental bookmarks. Then, once or twice a week, you check your brainwaves using an EEG tool. You observe whether your focused thought states match your heart coherence, whether your electromagnetic broadcast is unified. From time to time, you assess your voice. You train it to carry steady, harmonious frequencies, especially when affirming or visualizing. And if you have access, you occasionally use a field imaging tool to monitor shifts in your aura or biofield. Over time, you become a technician of your own energy. You stop hoping you're aligned and start knowing. But remember, these tools don't do the work for you. They reflect. They amplify your awareness. But it's still your breath, your attention, your emotional discipline that changes the field. What these tools give you is control, precision, feedback. They help you close the loop between intention and effect, emotion and outcome. They show you when you've entered a state strong enough to shape reality, and when you've fallen out of alignment. This is energetic sovereignty. This is measurable mysticism. Next, we will test a truth that has now become inescapable. Change your field, and matter changes in response. Because once your signal is coherent and consistent, reality has no choice but to mirror the broadcast. You now understand that your body emits an electromagnetic field, that coherence can be measured and trained, and that tools exist to help you become the operator of your own frequency. You've seen how intention, emotion, and physiology converge to create a stable broadcast into the quantum field. Now we come to one of the most profound insights in energetic science. When the field shifts, matter follows. This principle holds true across quantum physics, biology, and experiential reality. It is not poetic metaphor, it is law. And it means this: change doesn't begin in form. It begins in frequency. If you attempt to shift outcomes by effort alone while maintaining the same field, the result is resistance, repetition, delay. But shift the field, and the physical, visible, tangible world has no choice but to respond. Because the field precedes form. Always. To fully grasp this, let's revisit the core structure of reality. Everything you perceive as solid is not solid. It is vibration. Particles are not little balls of matter. They are energy patterns emerging from fields. What determines their structure, interaction, and arrangement is the frequency environment in which they exist. Your energetic field is one such environment. It's not passively sitting around you like a fog. It's active, charged, informational. It tells the particles around you what to do, how to organize. This means your consistent emotional state and mental focus send a directive to the particles in your experience, instructing them on what to form, what to sustain, and what to dismantle. The more coherent your field, the more organized your material reality becomes. Here's how this plays out in everyday experience. If your field is dominated by fear and scarcity, the information you emit is dissonant. It lacks organization. As a result, your life reflects that back. Projects fall apart. Relationships become unstable. Income fluctuates. Health suffers. But if your field is structured through elevated emotions, clear intentions, and consistent coherence, that signal becomes an ordering principle. Things begin to align. Problems resolve. People arrive. Events synchronize. It's not luck. It's resonance. The external world matches the blueprint emitted by your internal field. And when the blueprint changes, the physical world is compelled to reflect the update. This is why change is often invisible at first. When people begin energetic work, they may not see immediate transformation in their circumstances. But what's happening under the surface is more important. Their field is repatterning. Their emotional baseline is stabilizing. Their signal is refining. And once that new signal becomes dominant, reality begins to restructure itself around it. This lag between signal change and material reflection is not failure. It's physics. It takes time for particles to rearrange around a new frequency. But when the shift is consistent, the outcome becomes inevitable. That's why emotional mastery matters more than hustle. Why intention matters more than reaction. Because those are the things that shape the field, and the field shapes the world. Let's look at how this affects physical health. When you live in chronic stress, your field becomes fragmented. Inflammation rises. Hormones destabilize. Cells replicate out of sync. But restore coherence through breath, focus, and emotion, and the body receives the message. It adjusts. Systems begin to harmonize. Healing accelerates. Nothing external changed, but the field did, and matter followed. This principle applies equally to relationships. When your field is reactive, anxious, or needy, people mirror that instability. Misunderstandings arise. Tension grows. But generate coherence, stability, and trust within yourself, and others begin to respond differently. Again, you didn't manipulate them. You changed your field, and they responded to the shift in resonance. The field also governs timing. When you try to force outcomes through stress or control, you're disrupting the field. The message you send is desperation, not alignment. But when you maintain a coherent state, the opportunities that match your frequency arrive effortlessly, on time, in sync, aligned. This isn't mystical. It's electrical. Your field either repels or attracts based on its pattern. And matter, including time, resources, and people, flows to the strongest, clearest signal. So when you feel like nothing is moving, the question is not, what should I do? The question is, what is my field instructing? This brings us to a core practice. If you want to change your life, start by tracking your state, not your schedule. Ask yourself throughout the day, is my field coherent or chaotic? Am I in alignment with what I say I want? What signal is my body broadcasting? Then adjust. Not with force, with frequency. Shift breath. Shift posture. Shift emotion. When your body enters a state of calm, elevated coherence, the field updates. And once the field updates, reality bends to match it. This is the path of energetic mastery. It is not passive. It is not wishful. It is precision. And it creates results. Now that you understand the field creates form, we turn to a deeper level of that equation. Thoughts become fields. Fields become form. You're ready to witness how imagination and belief aren't just mental. They are energetic blueprints that ripple into the structure of your physical world. You've seen how the quantum field responds to the coherence and quality of your emotional and physiological state. You've learned that changes in your electromagnetic output precede visible transformation in your life. But now we go further into the mechanics of causality, because there's a process happening that most people never witness, even though they participate in it every day. Thoughts become fields, and fields become form. This is the real chain of manifestation. Not imagination to outcome, not belief to result, but a layered progression from thought to energetic broadcast to material structure. Understanding this flow gives you leverage over it. It turns abstract visualization into grounded, energetic instruction. And once you learn how to shape the field with thought, consistently and clearly, you unlock the real ability to sculpt form with your mind. Let's begin with the nature of thought. Thought is a function of electrical activity in the brain. It's not symbolic. It's physical. Every time you think, neural circuits fire. Electrochemical signals are passed. Energy is released. This activity produces an electromagnetic wave. The thought, then, is not confined to your brain. it extends, radiates, broadcasts. When that thought is repetitive and emotionally charged, it strengthens. It forms a pattern in the field. This is the first conversion. Thought becomes field, and the field begins shaping space around it. But not all thoughts are equal. Random, fleeting thoughts produce weak, unstable fields. They ripple and dissolve. Focused, emotionally congruent thoughts create strong, stable fields. These are the ones that persist, that magnetize, that begin to shape probabilities in the quantum environment. The thought must be held long enough and consistently enough to create a stable imprint in the field. That imprint is what bends matter. This is why most people don't see their intentions realized. They think them briefly, then contradict them, or doubt them, or abandon them. The field never stabilizes, and form never follows. Now let's look at what happens when the field does stabilize. Once a thought-feeling pattern is repeated consistently, with emotional coherence, it begins to draw matching energies into structure. Synchronicities emerge, conversations shift, behavior patterns change, ideas crystallize, resources surface. It begins as subtle hints, coincidences, patterns repeating, and if the signal is sustained, it becomes tangible. Opportunities show up, the body heals, relationships reorganize, goals are reached without force because the field has done the groundwork. The thought became a field, and the field became form. There's another layer to this. Not only do your conscious thoughts influence the field, your unconscious beliefs do as well. The thoughts you're not actively choosing but that run like background code. These beliefs are frequencies. They emit energetic signatures, and the field listens. That's why awareness alone isn't enough. You must also unearth the programs that are shaping your broadcast without your consent. If you believe, deep down, that you are unworthy, unsafe, or incapable, your field carries that imprint no matter what you affirm on the surface. This is why internal congruence is essential. The subconscious must align with the conscious. The inner frequency must match the outer desire. When it does, the signal becomes undeniable. This is also why emotional reinforcement matters. When you feel an outcome as if it has already happened, and you pair that feeling with clear mental imagery, you build a strong energetic mold. That mold acts like scaffolding in the field. Energy, people, and resources begin to arrange around it. It's not fantasy. It's blueprinting. And reality follows the blueprint. Now let's talk about rehearsal. Every time you mentally rehearse a new possibility, a desired version of yourself, you're training your nervous system to accept that identity. You're embedding it into your physiology. The brain doesn't distinguish between imagined experience and real experience. The neurons fire the same. The field receives the same signal. This is why elite performers, athletes, and leaders use visualization, not for wishful thinking but for structural change. They're altering their field through mental repetition. And once the field changes, behavior follows. Biology follows. Outcomes follow. You are already doing this. Every day, whether you're aware of it or not, your thoughts are forming energetic templates. Your emotions are charging them. Your nervous system is broadcasting them. And your world is reflecting them. The only question is whether you're doing it consciously. If you're not, the process still happens, but it creates by default, based on worry, habit, fear. When you take control of the thought field form sequence, you shift from default to design. You stop reacting and start shaping. Now you have the foundation. You understand that thought, when focused and emotionally charged, becomes an energetic structure in the field. That field then sculpts matter, reorganizes circumstances, and attracts matching experiences. But what kind of thought has the most power to collapse probability into physical reality? Next, we will unlock the true force multiplier of intention. Focus. Because only when a thought is held like a laser does it collapse possibility into outcome. You've now seen how thought generates fields and how sustained emotional energy gives those fields structure, weight, and influence. You've also seen how repeated intention becomes a scaffold within the quantum environment, a signal that begins organizing energy and matter. Now we sharpen the lens. Because intention alone isn't the key. Focused intention is. This chapter reveals a truth you've felt but perhaps never had the words for. The field does not respond to randomness. It responds to precision. And precision requires focus. Focus is what collapses possibilities into tangible outcomes. It acts like a laser, condensing scattered energy into a tight, coherent beam. That beam doesn't just illuminate, it cuts, carves, sculpts. It gives shape to reality. This principle is observable across all systems. Whether we're talking about light, sound, thought, or biology, coherence and direction are what determine impact. Scatter energy and you get noise. Focus it and you get a result. Let's explore the science behind this. Quantum physics introduces us to the concept of superposition, the idea that, at the subatomic level, particles exist in multiple potential states at once. They are not fixed until observed. They are probabilities, not certainties. It's only when attention, conscious observation, is directed at the system that one potential collapses into a definite outcome. This process is known as collapse of the wave function, and it's not triggered by randomness. It's triggered by focused awareness. This means that your consistent, deliberate attention is not passive. It is causative. When you hold a clear image in your mind, paired with elevated emotion and physiological coherence, you are literally influencing which version of reality becomes actualized. You are collapsing possibility into form. And the sharper the focus, the more exact the result. So let's redefine intention. Intention is not simply wanting something. It's not merely preference or desire. Intention is a precisely aimed energetic instruction. And like any instruction, its clarity determines its success. This is where most people lose power. They want multiple things at once. They affirm success while fearing failure. They hold mixed intentions, love and resentment, courage and doubt, expansion and control. The result? A scattered signal. And the field mirrors that. You don't get chaos from life because life is chaotic. You get chaos because your focus is fragmented. This is why ancient spiritual systems, high-performance psychology, and quantum theory all point to the same principle. Focus equals force. In spiritual terms, focus is devotion. In psychological terms, it's flow. In physics, it's coherence. In all cases, it produces transformation. The modern world, however, erodes focus. Notifications, noise, split attention, shallow consumption. These behaviors condition your nervous system to flicker, to scan instead of aim. And the cost is energetic. You lose the ability to concentrate your field long enough to affect change. The solution is reconditioning. Not through effort, through structure. You must train your focus like a muscle. Not just mentally, but energetically. Here's how you do it. First, choose one intention, not 10. 1. Clarity is non-negotiable. What are you directing your energy toward? Make it specific, measurable, emotionally meaningful. Let it live in your body, not just your head. Second, enter coherence. Breathe slowly. Focus on your heart. Generate gratitude. Stabilize your nervous system so that your field is calm, rhythmic, magnetic. Third, see the outcome as real, not future tense, not distant. Now, hold that image, not briefly, but long enough for your body to believe it. Feel it. Amplify the emotion it brings. Don't visualize from the outside, become the version of you living that outcome. This is not pretend. This is quantum signaling. Your job is not to make it happen. Your job is to become such a coherent transmitter of that outcome that the field has no choice but to reflect it. This requires returning to that focus daily, not out of lack, but out of alignment. You're not reaching for it. You're returning to it. Every day you reinforce the frequency of that outcome. And eventually reality collapses into that configuration. Not through hope, through directed energy. Here's something else to know. The intensity of your focus affects speed. Not emotional intensity, energetic clarity. Intensity doesn't mean straining or stressing. It means holding your signal with unwavering presence. This is why simplicity matters. When your life is full of noise, conflicting desires, endless distractions. Your field is unstable. But when your energy is channeled into one direction, when every thought, feeling, action, and word matches your intention, manifestation becomes rapid. Not because you forced it, because the field is responding to coherence. There is also a physiological side to this. Focus triggers specific neural circuits. These circuits form patterns. Those patterns create expectation, and the brain begins seeking external evidence to match that expectation, filtering reality to reinforce the intention. This is the reticular activating system at work, a brainstem structure that prioritizes information based on relevance and repetition. When you focus, you train this system to notice the components of your vision. You begin seeing opportunities others miss. You connect dots that others can't. You act in alignment because the brain is already primed. Focus changes behavior, not just field. And that behavior compounds the signal. You're creating a feedback loop between intention, perception, and action. That loop becomes your path. You don't need to figure out how it will happen. You only need to stay loyal to the outcome. Hold the frequency. Stabilize the vision. Reinforce the identity. Every time your attention wavers, gently return. Every time fear arises, meet it with presence. Every time results delay, remember the field works with time differently than you do. Collapse requires consistency, and you are the one holding the lens. Next, we explore what happens when conscious observation doesn't just focus the field, but actually changes it. You've built the laser. Now you're about to see that reality doesn't just respond to your gaze. It restructures itself because of it. Up to this point, you've come to understand that your thoughts are fields, that your feelings charge those fields, and that focus collapses the field into specific outcomes. You've also practiced aligning your biology through coherence and refining your frequency through tools and intentional awareness. Now we move to one of the most profound and often misunderstood discoveries in quantum physics. The act of observation alters the observed. This is not abstract theory. It is an experimentally confirmed principle called the observer effect, and it changes everything about how we understand cause, effect, and reality itself. Because it means this: your awareness is not neutral. It is participatory. It shapes what it witnesses. And when you understand how this works, when you learn to observe reality with focused, elevated, coherent awareness, your very perception becomes an act of creation. Let's ground this in science. In classic quantum physics experiments, such as the double-slit experiment, researchers found that particles behave differently depending on whether they're being observed. When unobserved, particles exist in a state of superposition, meaning they behave like waves, occupying multiple positions simultaneously. But the moment measurement occurs, the moment observation happens, the wave function collapses. The particle chooses a position. It becomes a fixed, measurable reality. This isn't poetry. This is lab-tested fact. Your act of looking affects the outcome. Your presence changes the result. And that's not just limited to photons or electrons. It applies to your life, your body, your relationships, your outcomes. Because consciousness is not a bystander. It's a co-creator. So what does this mean for you? It means that how you observe your world determines how it behaves. Observe your life through the lens of lack, and it reflects scarcity. Observe your body through the lens of weakness, and it confirms limitation. But observe your environment, your experience, your identity through elevated awareness, through coherence, clarity, and focused attention, and the reality you're witnessing begins to align with that vision. Not because you forced it, because you witnessed it with creative presence. The question becomes, how are you observing your life? Are you scanning for failure? Are you rehearsing limitation? Are you observing reality through the eyes of the past? If so, you're collapsing the same patterns over and over. Your perception is reinforcing your prison. But if you change the lens, if you train yourself to observe through elevated emotional states, empowered beliefs, and refined intention, then every act of awareness becomes a seed of transformation. This is where awareness becomes power. You are not merely thinking. You are broadcasting. You are not merely feeling. You are magnetizing. You are not merely focusing. You are collapsing. And you are not merely observing. You are commanding. This is what separates passive hoping from conscious creation. The passive observer waits to see change. The conscious observer causes change by the way they look at life. That look is not just psychological. It's energetic. The field responds to your quality of attention. Let's take this further. Every time you emotionally respond to something, you're adding weight to your observation. See something with judgment and your field contracts. See something with gratitude and your field expands. In this way, your emotional reaction is part of your observational impact. This is why presence matters. When you observe from a coherent, emotionally elevated state, you emit a field that influences the subject of your observation. That subject could be your body, your finances, your creative work, or even another person. You're not analyzing. You're witnessing with power. And the universe notices. So what do you do with this? You begin a practice of energetic observation. Pick one area of your life that you want to transform. Then spend time each day simply observing it. Not with judgment, but with presence. Visualize it. Hold it in awareness. Send it coherent emotion. Elevate the way you see it. Not to escape reality, but to invite a new one to form. Your observation becomes the seed of change. And if that observation is repeated, held with focus, charged with feeling, structured by coherence, it becomes a command. The wave collapses, the form appears, and the mirror reflects what the observer decided to see. Next, we will explore the infinite canvas that holds these possibilities, the foundational field that receives every intention, every emotion, every act of conscious observation. You're about to step into the blank space of all creation, the zero-point field. You've now grasped how focused attention collapses possibility into reality, and how your electromagnetic field acts as an instruction set to the quantum substrate. You've seen how your emotional resonance, physiological coherence, and conscious observation all shape the structure of your world. But to truly understand how creation occurs, you must now meet the source, the baseline of all that exists, the zero-point field. This is not mysticism. It is the most fundamental aspect of quantum physics. It is the infinite field of potential that exists even when all particles, all movement, all measurable energy is stripped away. It is the blank canvas from which reality is painted. It is not empty. It is not passive. And it is not neutral. It is seething with unmanifested energy. To understand the zero-point field, let's look at the vacuum, the space between particles. For centuries, science viewed empty space as truly empty. But with the rise of quantum theory, that assumption collapsed. Researchers discovered that even in a vacuum, even at a temperature of absolute zero, where all classical motion stops, energy remains, fluctuating, vibrating, teeming with activity. This ever-present background energy is what physicists now call the zero-point field. It is not an absence of energy. It is a reservoir of it. The field holds all possible forms, outcomes, and configurations, not as objects, but as probability waves, as potential, until something or someone interacts with it. That something is you. You are a field within a field, a localized frequency interacting with a universal one. When your electromagnetic field broadcasts intention, when it carries thought, emotion, and focus in a coherent wave, it does not vanish into the void. It meets the zero-point field, and the zero-point field responds. It rearranges probability to match the strongest, most consistent frequency it receives. That's why most people don't create on purpose. Their signal is inconsistent, contradictory, or weak. But when your broadcast is sustained, when you remain aligned, the field organizes around you. This is how reality emerges. Not from matter, from field. The implications are staggering. It means that reality isn't built from the ground up, from atoms to objects. It's projected from the field down, from frequency to form. And the zero-point field is the projector's bulb. Contains every potential, every version of your life, every possibility your mind can conceive, and many it can't. What determines which version becomes real? The quality of your input, the frequency of your signal, the strength of your coherence. You don't attract from outside yourself. You select from within the field. And the selector is your state. This changes your relationship to outcomes. You no longer have to chase, beg, or hustle for what you want. You learn to tune to it. You match its frequency. You hold it steadily enough that the 0-point field has no option but to actualize that pattern in form. This also means something else. You're always manifesting. There is no off switch. The 0-point field is always responding, not to your words, not to your surface thoughts, but to your deepest signals. You are never waiting. You are always selecting. Let's get more practical. When you enter meditation, when you quiet the noise and shift into alpha or theta brainwave states, you begin to approach the 0 point. This is not mystical detachment. It's energetic neutrality. In this stillness, your personal field becomes more receptive, less chaotic, more capable of broadcasting with precision. That's why manifestation is most effective from deep states of inner stillness, not from frantic mental activity. The quieter your mind, the clearer your signal, and the more powerfully the field responds. Now consider your daily energy. When you rush, overthink, or react, you're pushing against the 0-point field. You're generating noise. But when you center, breathe, and stabilize your state, you're aligned with it. Creation doesn't come from force. It comes from alignment with potential. And that potential is always waiting, always holding infinite configurations, always ready to respond to the clearest instruction it receives. The only question is, are you coherent enough to speak its language? This also brings a responsibility. If the field reflects your consistent state, then what you emit matters more than what you say, more than what you plan, more than what you want. It's not your desires that write into the 0-point field. It's your frequency. You must become the vibrational match of the version of reality you wish to select. That match isn't only emotional. It's behavioral, postural, nervous system based. When you live as the frequency, the 0-point field reflects you as reality. Now that you've stepped into the canvas of all potential, you're ready to pick up the brush. Because while the field is infinite, what you impress upon it determines what it gives back. Next, we will reveal the brush, the mechanism by which your personal signal leaves its mark on this infinite quantum canvas. Emotion. You've seen that the 0-point field is a canvas of infinite potential, a quantum background that holds every possible version of reality until frequency instructs it to take form. Now it's time to discover what writes into that field, what carries your thoughts beyond your skull and into the mechanics of creation. That substance is emotion. If intention is the brushstroke, emotion is the ink. And the deeper the emotion, the bolder the mark. To create effectively in the quantum field, you must understand that your emotions are not just personal experiences. They are energetic carriers. Each emotional state has a measurable frequency. It has a waveform, a vibration, a signature, and that signature imprints into the field. It is the vibrational code that tells the field, this is who I am. This is what I expect. This is the reality I'm available for. Thought may set direction, but it is emotion that sets intensity. Without emotional charge, thought carries minimal power. It remains mental, abstract, unanchored. But once emotion enters, the intention becomes magnetic. It begins to draw experience. Let's explore the science. Research in effective neuroscience and quantum biology shows that emotional states change the rhythm of your heart, the chemistry of your brain, and the coherence of your field. High vibration emotions, gratitude, love, compassion, joy, produce smooth, ordered electromagnetic signals. Low vibration emotions, fear, shame, resentment, guilt, create jagged, incoherent patterns. The field mirrors structure. So a coherent emotional frequency becomes a clear energetic command, and an incoherent one becomes noise. Now consider what this means. If your dominant emotional state is stress, even if your thoughts are positive, the field receives a message of conflict. It does not obey the thought. It obeys the frequency. This is why so many people struggle to manifest. They affirm abundance but feel scarcity. They visualize love but carry unworthiness. Their words say yes, their field says no, and the field listens to the deeper signal. To become powerful in this process, you must become emotionally intelligent. Not in the traditional sense, but in the energetic sense. You must learn to generate emotion on purpose. This is not faking. It is shifting internal state through breath, focus, memory, and will until your body feels what your mind sees. And once the body feels it, the field believes it. Emotion is the signature that stamps your intention into the quantum field. And repetition of that stamp creates momentum. So how do you use emotion with precision? First, identify the emotional signature of the outcome you desire. If you seek freedom, what does that feel like in your body? If you want love, not from someone else but as a state, can you generate it before the event? This reverses the loop most people live in. They wait for the external to trigger the feeling. But creation happens in reverse. The internal must precede the external. Feel first, then see. Not because you're pretending, because you're broadcasting. This is emotional discipline. To become the energy of what you seek, not when it's convenient but as a baseline, is to step into the identity of the creator. And this requires emotional consistency. Not perfection. Consistency. You will have fluctuations, but your job is to return, again and again, to the frequency of the outcome. That emotional state is your home frequency. It's your energetic address. It's the ink that writes your identity into the field. Stay there long enough, and the field responds. Another key insight: emotion magnifies intention exponentially when it's coherent. This means that how you feel is as important as what you feel. Fear can be intense but chaotic. Gratitude, when held in stillness, is both powerful and structured. That structure is what gives it creative leverage. Emotion must be paired with coherence to affect the field reliably. That means breathing rhythmically, anchoring in the heart, and consciously generating elevated states that can be sustained. That's when emotion becomes quantum ink. That's when your signal leaves a mark. You may wonder, how long do I need to hold the emotion? The answer is, until it holds you. At first, you generate it manually. You breathe, you visualize, you feel. But over time, the nervous system learns. The state becomes automatic. The emotion becomes familiar and then natural. You've now embodied the frequency. And once embodied, it becomes the signal you emit without effort. And that's when manifestation accelerates. Not because the field favors you, but because you've stopped contradicting yourself. Your thought, emotion, and biology are aligned. And the field has no choice but to match. You've now discovered how emotion is the energetic ink that writes into the infinite canvas of the zero-point field. But how do you know which emotions generate the fastest and most transformative results? Next, we will explore the frequency of miracles, and the specific emotional states that science and energy masters agree are the most magnetic of all. You now understand that emotion is the energetic ink that writes your desires into the zero-point field, the invisible canvas of infinite possibility. You've learned that your body is the broadcasting tower and that emotion charges your thoughts with magnetic force. But if emotion is the fuel, what types of emotion generate the most profound, accelerated transformation? This is not guesswork. It's measurable. There are certain emotional frequencies that produce more coherent electromagnetic fields, more stable neurochemistry, and more reliable material reflection than others. These emotional states have been called elevated, high-frequency, or harmonically structured, and they represent the energetic signature of what we refer to as miracles. This chapter focuses on those states, not as ideals, but as frequencies, specific, trackable vibrations with real-world impact. Let's begin with the concept of frequency mapping. Emotions can be quantified using several methodologies: heart rate variability, EEG wave patterns, magnetic field strength, and even muscle response testing. One of the most well-known maps was created through a synthesis of scientific data and consciousness research. While various scales exist, they all suggest a similar pattern. The higher the emotional frequency, the greater the energetic influence over both internal systems and external outcomes. On the lower end of the spectrum, you find emotions like shame, guilt, apathy, and fear. These are contracted frequencies. They reduce biological function. They fragment your electromagnetic field. They anchor your energy in survival. As you move upward, you enter into empowerment. Courage, willingness, acceptance. These shift the nervous system out of defense and into coherence. But at the highest frequencies are the states associated with miraculous outcomes. Love, joy, peace, gratitude, awe, reverence, appreciation. These are not merely pleasant feelings. They are constructive harmonics. Their waveforms are smooth, expansive, and consistent. They entrain the body systems. They elevate heart rhythm. They increase alpha and gamma brain waves. They boost immune response. And they significantly strengthen the human biofield. In these states, your energetic output becomes a match for the most refined potentials in the zero-point field. And that match opens the door for miracles. Let's clarify what we mean by a miracle. A miracle is not a violation of natural law. It is the result of natural law being accessed through coherence and precision. It appears miraculous only because it bypasses conventional timelines and mechanisms. It manifests outside linear expectations, not outside reality. A spontaneous healing, a sudden breakthrough, a reversal of odds, a quantum jump. These are the kinds of outcomes that occur when your field reaches high levels of structure and clarity, when your inner environment begins to override the limits of the external world. This doesn't happen randomly. It happens in specific states. One of the most powerful frequencies is gratitude. Measured in the lab, gratitude produces a highly coherent HRV pattern, a rise in DHEA levels, a hormone associated with vitality and regeneration, and synchronized cortical activity in the brain. When you feel genuine gratitude, not as a mental concept but as a full-body emotion, you send a signal into the field that says, "This is already mine." And the field, in turn, matches that certainty. Gratitude closes the gap between thought and reality. It converts future hope into present frequency. It collapses time not because it controls outcomes, but because it aligns you with the outcome now. That alignment is the gateway to speed, synchronicity, and flow. Another potent frequency is awe, the feeling of reverence, the sense of touching something greater than yourself, yet deeply connected to it. Awe produces a profound sense of humility and openness. In this state, ego dissolves. You're not trying to force reality, you are in partnership with it. This surrender creates a clear, receptive field. And receptivity is a powerful attractor. When you feel awe, you shift from seeking to receiving. Your field stops pushing. It listens. And in that stillness, solutions arrive. Joy is another energetic amplifier. It activates the brain's reward circuitry, floods the body with endorphins, and produces coherent electromagnetic signals. But more than that, joy carries the energy of celebration. And celebration assumes success. This assumption is not delusion. It's frequency alignment. When your body celebrates a result not yet seen, the field receives that as a confirmation that the reality is already established. That energetic confirmation begins organizing space, time, and matter to bring it into form. We must also mention peace. Often misunderstood as passive, peace is in fact one of the most stable frequencies you can emit. Communicates trust, non-resistance, completion. Peace is the state where seeking stops and knowing begins. From this stillness, the signal becomes clean, direct, powerful. This is the energetic signature of mastery. The field responds to peace because peace signals no interference. The message is intact. The transmission is strong. And manifestation occurs with minimal friction. Now let's talk about why these states are so effective. All high-frequency emotions carry three key traits. They reduce resistance. They calm the nervous system, quiet mental noise, and dissolve internal contradictions. This allows your intention to travel unimpeded into the field. They increase coherence. They create synchronized waveforms in the body. Your heart, brain, and breath move into alignment. This increases energetic efficiency and transmission strength. They sustain frequency. High-vibe emotions are stable. They don't spike and crash like adrenaline. They can be maintained, and that consistency is what reshapes the field. These three traits make elevated emotional states the optimal carriers of your intention. If you want to build outcomes rapidly, you must embody the emotion of the outcome before it exists, and not just once, daily. So how do you measure your emotional frequency? You track your state not in words but in physiology. Is your breathing slow and steady? Is your heart rhythm smooth? Is your mind quiet but alert? If yes, your field is likely coherent. If not, you're broadcasting static even if your thoughts are positive. This is why practice matters. You must condition your system to stay in elevated states longer, to carry them into action, conversation, and rest. It's not about chasing highs. It's about normalizing the frequency of miracles so they become your default. The more time you spend in these high-frequency emotions, the more your identity begins to shift. You stop identifying as the one trying to change. You become the one who is already aligned. And this shift in self-perception is what locks the signal in. Because the field doesn't just reflect your feelings. It reflects your self-definition. And your self-definition is embedded in your emotional baseline. You've now seen which frequencies create the clearest, most magnetic signals in the quantum field. But among them all, one stands out as the most universally recognized, the most powerful, and the most accessible. Next, we will explore gratitude, not as a mood, but as a frequency capable of transforming your biology, collapsing time, and attracting coherent outcomes with astonishing precision. You now know that emotions are not just subjective states. They are structured energy electromagnetic signals that instruct the quantum field. And among the most coherent and transformative frequencies is one that you can access at any time: gratitude, not because it's polite, not because it's spiritual, but because it's magnetic. Gratitude carries a frequency so stable, so harmonized, so precise, that it becomes one of the most powerful tools in the Creator's toolkit. Tells the field, I already have it, and that message shapes what arrives. Let's explore what makes gratitude different. When you feel gratitude, you are affirming that something valuable exists in your experience. Whether it's already here or not, the body doesn't distinguish. It responds to the feeling, not the logic. So when you generate genuine gratitude for something you've only visualized, the brain begins wiring new neural circuits as if the event has occurred. The nervous system shifts. The hormones adjust. The field records the signal. And the quantum blueprint of your life begins to reshape around that signal. This is why gratitude is such a fast-acting emotional state. It skips the need for proof. It generates the frequency of completion. Right now, there is no reaching, no waiting, just presence. And in that presence, your field stabilizes. Because the vibration of already having is far more magnetic than the vibration of wanting. Let's look at what happens biologically when you feel gratitude. The heart rhythm becomes ordered. HRV increases. The vagus nerve activates, shifting the body into parasympathetic dominance, the state of rest, healing, and coherence. Gratitude also triggers the release of dopamine and serotonin, neurotransmitters associated with motivation, connection, and well-being. But even more powerfully, it regulates gene expression. Studies show that consistent gratitude practices influence epigenetic markers, meaning your genes literally read your emotional environment and respond by changing the way they express. This means gratitude doesn't just affect your energy. It rewrites your biology. Now consider this. The field around your body becomes measurably more coherent when you're in a state of gratitude. This coherence is not symbolic. It's electromagnetic. The signal strengthens. The structure sharpens. The reach expands. And when you hold this field consistently, it becomes a gravitational force. Gratitude literally pulls your desired outcome toward you. Not by magic, by frequency matching. So how do you activate gratitude on command? You begin with breath. Slow, rhythmic, 5-second inhales and exhales. This shifts the body out of stress. Then you focus on the heart, physically placing your attention there. Finally, you recall a moment, real or imagined, that evokes a sense of deep appreciation. It doesn't need to be dramatic. It needs to be felt. Hold that feeling. Amplify it. Let it move from thought to emotion to full body sensation. This is when your signal becomes clean. This is when the field begins to listen. And it doesn't stop there. Gratitude becomes most powerful when it's directed toward what hasn't happened yet. This is called preemptive gratitude. You give thanks not for what is, but for what is being selected in the field. You see the outcome, you feel the result, and you give thanks as if it's done. Because energetically it is. The moment you enter the frequency of that version of you, the field begins reorganizing your reality to match. It's not manipulation, it's alignment. You may wonder, how often should you do this? The answer is simple until it becomes who you are. Gratitude is not a practice. It's a frequency of identity. The more you embody it, the less you need to force anything. Because your field becomes so attractive, so structured, so magnetic, that outcomes flow effortlessly toward it. This is the quiet power of gratitude. It doesn't demand. It doesn't chase. It receives. Because it already is. Next, we will combine everything you've learned: thought, emotion, coherence, and energetic broadcasting into the exact formula for manifestation through energetic mastery. You've held the pieces. Now you'll see the recipe. You now carry a deep understanding of how your electromagnetic field interacts with the quantum field. How thought, emotion, and physiological coherence combine to instruct reality. You've seen that gratitude isn't just a nicety. It's a magnetic broadcast of completion. You've seen how specific emotions alter biology, structure your energy, and match your signal to miraculous outcomes. Now we enter the convergence point. This is the moment when all previous components come together into one powerful equation, the energetic formula of creation. Coherent intention plus elevated emotion equals manifestation. This is not a slogan. It's a precise framework, a recipe for energetic alignment that allows you to collapse potential into form. It is the universal equation that underpins spontaneous healing, quantum breakthroughs, and high-frequency transformation. Whether consciously or unconsciously, every powerful creator is using this formula. Now you'll use it deliberately. Let's begin by unpacking each component. Coherent intention is not simply knowing what you want. It's broadcasting a laser-focused mental image of the outcome, held clearly, repeated consistently, structured with precision. It is not scattered thinking. It is conscious mental architecture. It means choosing one frequency, one outcome, one version of reality, and energetically living from it as if it's already done. But on its own, intention is not enough. It must be energized. It must be charged. This is where elevated emotion enters. Emotion is the magnetic amplifier. It takes the mental structure and breathes life into it. The stronger and more coherent the emotion, gratitude, love, joy, awe, the more powerfully it charges the intention. When both align, thought and feeling, your body becomes the embodiment of the outcome, and the field receives your signature as reality already formed. That's when material outcomes start moving. That's when reality bends. Let's illustrate this in practical terms. Suppose your intention is to experience financial expansion. A traditional approach might involve affirmations, budgeting, or goal setting, all useful at a surface level. But energetically, if you still feel scarcity, frustration, or anxiety, your field contradicts your intention. Now apply the formula. You start with a coherent intention, a clear, detailed inner picture of yourself living in financial freedom. Not vague, not optional, but specific and structured. Then you introduce elevated emotion. You generate the feeling of freedom, gratitude, and peace as if that reality already exists. The moment you feel it, your nervous system updates. Your electromagnetic field updates. You are broadcasting the reality of abundance before any evidence shows up. And the field doesn't wait for proof. It mirrors frequency. So it begins reorganizing people, opportunities, and ideas to match your new signal. The equation begins doing its work. This is the energetic version of building a bridge. Thought lays the framework. Emotion supplies the materials. Coherence secures the foundation. When all three are active, The bridge between potential and manifestation is complete. The outcome must cross. And it does, not by chance but by law. Here's the common mistake. Most people fluctuate between conflicting intentions and emotional incoherence. They think clearly one moment, then worry the next. They visualize success, then feel doubt. The result? A scrambled signal. An energetic loop of start-stop broadcasting that the field cannot match. But when the intention remains clear, and the emotion remains stable, manifestation speeds up dramatically. You don't need to chase. You need to stabilize. This formula also explains why forced thinking doesn't work. You cannot overthink your way into coherence. You must feel it. Emotion gives the signal strength. It moves your energy from the analytical to the experiential, and the field responds to experience, not logic. That's why a few minutes of deep emotional coherence can outperform hours of forced mental rehearsal. It's not quantity, it's frequency match. Now let's discuss timing. How long should you hold this state? The answer: until it holds you. At first, it requires conscious repetition. But the more often you generate the formula, thought plus elevated feeling, the faster your system adapts. Eventually, the state becomes automatic. It becomes your new energetic identity. And once that identity locks in, reality no longer reflects what you're asking for. It reflects who you are. Let's also address challenge and resistance. What happens when life presents contradiction? When your current circumstances don't match your desired signal? You don't react. You recalibrate. You don't look for evidence to decide whether your intention is working. You hold the field until reality complies. Not out of stubbornness, out of coherence. Because the moment you drop into fear or self-doubt, you're shifting to a new broadcast. And the field starts responding to that instead. Your consistency is the lever that moves the world. Not intensity, not drama. Consistency. The power of this equation is that it works in every domain. Relationships, healing, finances, purpose, creativity. All respond to coherent intention amplified by elevated emotion. The key is choosing one reality, not 20, one, and becoming the energetic match for it now. Then your nervous system becomes the channel. Your field becomes the signal. Your reality becomes the match. You've now learned how to combine thought and emotion into a living instruction for the universe. But there's one more step. You must charge your intention, because energy flows where charge is highest. Next, we will explore how to supercharge your chosen outcomes, so they carry enough voltage to override resistance, pull opportunities, and reshape timelines. You've built your formula. Coherent intention paired with elevated emotion. You've practiced aligning your thoughts and feelings to create an energetic blueprint the universe can reflect. But now it's time to amplify, because even a well-formed intention can remain dormant if it's undercharged. And the universe responds not just to clarity but to voltage. The more energy you apply to an intention, through coherence, repetition, and emotional saturation, the faster it moves through the field and returns as form. This chapter is about quantum charging, the deliberate process of electrifying your chosen intention so it becomes magnetic, kinetic, and irresistible to the quantum field. Let's begin by defining what charging means. To charge an intention is to infuse it with sustained energy, to saturate it with enough emotional power, biological alignment, and neurological repetition that it gains momentum in the field. Think of it like winding a coil. The more loops, the stronger the magnetic pull. Charging is those loops, the daily return to a coherent state, the daily emotional reinforcement, the daily embodiment of the outcome. Eventually, the intention becomes energetically self-sustaining. That's when the field accelerates. Here's how the charging process works. It begins with concentration. You focus on one intention at a time. Not 10. Not 5. 1. Your attention is energy. And energy scattered is energy weakened. Choose the most meaningful, relevant, and elevated outcome available to you. One that emotionally matters, one that makes your nervous system respond. Hold it. Picture it clearly. Let the image settle into your system. Next comes emotional saturation. Once the mental picture is clear, begin generating the elevated feeling associated with it. Gratitude, joy, relief, love, not imagined as future but experienced as now. Breathe with the emotion. Let it expand. Let your body believe. Let your field encode it. That emotional charge is what lifts the intention from thought to frequency. Now introduce rhythmic coherence. Synchronize your breath. 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. Drop your awareness into the heart. This aligns your electromagnetic field. It removes interference, and it makes the charge clean. It's not enough to feel emotion. The field must be able to carry it clearly. And coherence is the delivery system. The next layer is repetition. Charging happens over time. Think of it like layering paint on a canvas, one coat at a time. Each session of focused, emotionally charged intention builds density in the field. After enough repetition, the charge becomes magnetic. It starts pulling components of the outcome toward you. People, ideas, synchronicities. The field begins obeying the signal, not because it's guessing, but because the charge has become dominant. You can increase the charge through multisensory encoding. This means incorporating multiple sensory systems to anchor the intention. Visual. See the outcome clearly in your mind. Auditory. Speak it. Hear affirming words. Kinesthetic. Feel it in your body, posture, breath, movement. Emotional. Generate the signature feeling. Energetic. Sense your field. Calm, coherent, steady. The more systems you involve, the deeper the charge penetrates. You're not thinking the outcome. You're living it in every sense. Another method of charging is ritual. Repetition is amplified when paired with sacred rhythm. This could be a morning practice, a breath routine, a visualization journal, a moment of silence. Coherence anchor. The act of ritual anchors your system, conditions your field, and each repetition strengthens the intention's voltage. You don't need hours. You need consistency. Even 5 focused minutes, charged daily, can shift your entire field. It's also important to monitor discharge. Certain thoughts, emotions, and behaviors drain the charge you've built. Worry, overthinking, negativity, conflict. These create energetic leaks. To protect your charge, maintain boundaries in thought, speech, and environment. You've worked to build coherence. Don't hand it over casually. Once the intention is fully charged, you'll notice a shift. You no longer feel urgency. You no longer feel separation from the outcome. Instead, you feel familiarity, as if the result is already yours, not as fantasy but as certainty. That shift is the signal that the charge has locked in. From that moment, action becomes guided. Opportunities match. Synchronicity increases. And physical results begin assembling around your frequency. You've now mastered the art of charging. But how do you structure this into your life? How do you build daily practices that reinforce your signal without adding complexity? Next, we will study the energetic rituals used by conscious creators, ancient and modern, to build, project, and stabilize high-charge frequencies every single day. You've learned how to build a charged intention, one crafted through coherent thought, fueled by elevated emotion, and amplified through focused repetition. You now understand that frequency is not a product of chance, but of intentional calibration. But sustaining this charged state over time requires more than a one-time burst of clarity. It requires rhythm. That's where ritual enters. Ritual is the bridge between energy and consistency. It's not superstition. It's structure. It's the system that supports your signal so it doesn't collapse under daily chaos. In this chapter, you'll learn how energy masters, ancient and modern, construct rituals to reinforce coherence, deepen emotional charge, and keep their field aligned with the reality they choose to live in. These are not abstract ideas. They are practices. Repeatable, testable, foundational tools used to anchor the electromagnetic signature of your desired future now. Let's begin with the purpose of ritual. It's not to earn a result. It's to stabilize the frequency of the result. Ritual creates predictability. and the nervous system thrives on rhythm. When you set up rituals that encode intention, emotion, and embodiment into your day, your field becomes structured, consistent, durable. You stop reacting to the external world and start imprinting it. Your signal no longer fluctuates with moods or news cycles. It becomes an autonomous force, and that force shapes the environment. There are 3 pillars of energetic ritual: activation, bringing your system into coherence and clarity; amplification, generating emotion and broadcasting intention; integration, carrying the state into your behavior and expression. Each of these can be accessed through simple, structured daily practices. Let's begin with activation. This occurs first thing in your day, before interaction, before distraction. Start by regulating your breath. 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. This immediately signals your nervous system that safety is present. Pulls you out of survival mode and into coherence. Next, focus awareness in the heart area. Not conceptually, physically. Let your attention rest there. Then activate gratitude not by listing but by feeling. Let it rise from memory or imagination until your body softens, your chest opens, and your signal begins to stabilize. This is your energetic reset. Takes 5 minutes, but it recalibrates your field entirely. Now you move to amplification. With your body coherent and your emotion active, bring in your intention. See the outcome clearly, not as a wish, as a now reality. Generate the emotional state that matches it. Not a weak echo, a full-bodied signal. Feel the completion, the gratitude, the joy. Hold it, repeat it, let the charge build. You are now writing that instruction into the field. And the more emotional energy you bring, the more vividly your body experiences it, the stronger the broadcast. If activation is the frequency tuner, amplification is the transmitter. This is where your ritual becomes magnetic. Next comes integration. This is where most people fail. They meditate, they visualize, but then they return to life unconsciously. They disconnect the ritual from the rest of their day. Don't do that. Ritual is not a moment. It's a launchpad. After charging your field, ask yourself, how does this version of me stand? How does this version breathe? How does this version speak and respond? Then live from that version. Carry the frequency into motion. This is energetic integrity, and it locks in the broadcast far more powerfully than words alone. Let's now explore evening rituals. While the morning is for activation, the evening is for consolidation. Before sleep, you stabilize your field once more. You don't go to bed with mental clutter or emotional noise. Instead, you re-enter coherence, slow breathing, heart focus, elevated emotion. Then you revisit your intention. But this time you let it sink, not push. You hold it gently. Let your subconscious mind drift into that version of you. Because the brain moves into theta as you fall asleep, the same state used in deep meditation. And in theta, your field is more open, more receptive. You're not thinking the reality into existence. You're falling asleep in it. This practice accelerates imprinting, and imprinting accelerates materialization. Many masters also include ritual anchoring throughout the day. This is microcoherence. It means taking 60 seconds to realign. Before a meeting, before a decision, before stepping into a challenge. One breath, one heart focus, one emotional reset. This turns your entire day into a ritual. You're not reacting, you're maintaining signal. This is not discipline in the punishing sense. It's energetic refinement, and it changes the game. Some also add symbolic anchors, physical cues that reinforce frequency. A bracelet representing abundance, a scent tied to joy, a phrase or gesture that resets the mind. These are not magic objects. They're reminders. They help your body remember what your mind forgets. They keep your attention linked to your intention. And that attention is power. The most advanced ritual is also the simplest, becoming the intention. Eventually, you don't practice coherence, you are coherent. You don't visualize the future, you walk as its frequency. The ritual is no longer an activity. It's your way of being. That's when manifestation becomes effortless. Because your signal is no longer temporary. It's embodied. And embodiment commands reality. You now have the rituals, the structure, the method. But how do you construct the energetic blueprint of what you want to manifest? How do you take all this charge, coherence, and frequency and build a picture in the field so complete it begins to replicate as form? Next, we will explore visualization, not as daydreaming, but as energetic construction. You've now established coherence. You've generated elevated emotion. You've charged your intention and built rituals that stabilize your frequency. Now it's time to move from energetic broadcasting to energetic blueprinting. And that blueprinting happens through visualization, but not the vague, passive, wishful kind most people attempt. This is visualization as construction, the process of building detailed, emotionally saturated images that instruct the field with specificity and power. You're not imagining your future. You're encoding it. Let's first destroy the myth. Visualization is not make-believe. It is neurological rehearsal and electromagnetic signaling. When you vividly visualize a scene, paired with coherent emotional charge, your brain activates the same neural pathways as if the event were happening in real time. You are not simulating the experience. You are creating it neurologically and energetically. And the field doesn't wait for physical proof. It receives the broadcast. Here's how this works in practice. Step 1, choose the end scene. Not the steps, not the journey, the result. What does your chosen reality look like? Where are you? Who are you with? What are you wearing? What are you hearing? See it with specificity, not conceptually, sensorially. Step 2, place yourself inside the scene. You're not watching from outside. You're in it first person. You're looking through your own eyes. You feel your hands. You hear your breath. You look at your surroundings. This activates your brain's mirror neurons. And that activation strengthens the signal. Because your brain and the field respond to identity-based frequency. You're not thinking about your goal. You are being the one who has it. Step 3, add emotional detail. What does this version of you feel? Gratitude? Relief? Joy? Amplify that feeling. Let it rise in your chest. Let it take over. Emotion is the glue that holds the image in the field. Without it, visualization is static. With it, the image becomes magnetic. It starts drawing itself into form. Step 4, move in the scene. Visualization becomes powerful when it becomes dynamic. You walk, you speak, you interact, you act as the identity you're broadcasting. You may sign the contract, shake the hand, deliver the speech, see the healed body. Each action reinforces the frequency. Each detail strengthens the coherence. You're not imagining a moment. You're installing a reality. Step 5, repeat. One session of visualization creates a blueprint. Repetition cements it. Each time you return to the scene with the same structure, the same emotional charge, the image grows more real to your subconscious mind. Eventually, the body accepts it as memory. And once it becomes memory, it becomes magnet. Because the field mirrors what your system believes is true. Not what you hope. What you embody. Now let's explore common errors. The most frequent mistake is visualizing without emotion. You see the scene, but your body feels nothing. That's not visualization. That's daydreaming. Another mistake is switching scenes constantly. Today it's a beach house, tomorrow it's a job promotion, next week a healing outcome. Each change resets the blueprint. The field responds to repetition, not novelty. Pick your image. Commit. Repeat. The most effective visualizations are emotionally rich, are consistently repeated, are felt in the body, are tied to elevated states, are linked to daily rituals, are simple, clear, and internally consistent. This is energetic architecture. You are building form through frequency. And the more stable your internal image, the more rapidly the field begins replicating it in matter. You can also anchor your visualizations with physical cues, a specific seat or posture, a soundtrack, a scent, a breathing rhythm. These cues condition your nervous system. They trigger the state faster. Over time, just sitting in your visualization spot activates the frequency automatically. This is neural efficiency and energetic acceleration. Eventually, the visualization becomes so familiar that it stops feeling imaginary. It feels inevitable, natural, expected, and when expectation locks in, reality follows. Not through force, through resonance. You've now built your vision, but what makes your brain find it in the external world? What makes your attention gravitate toward opportunities that match your field? Next, we will unlock the internal filter that turns visualization into recognition, the reticular activating system, and how it makes your reality match your most rehearsed frequencies. You've visualized the outcome. You've built the scene, amplified the emotion, and locked your system into the frequency of your desired future. But how does this inner architecture translate into outer experience? What causes your brain to begin filtering reality differently? What makes you start spotting opportunities, connections, and openings you would have missed before? The answer lies in a small, powerful neural network at the base of your brainstem called the Reticular Activating System, or RAS. And now that you've learned to encode images and emotions through visualization, it's time to understand how your brain takes those inputs and turns them into a new perceptual lens on the world. Because creation isn't just about projecting outward. It's also about perceiving inwardly in a new way. And RAS is the gatekeeper. Let's demystify it. The reticular activating system is a bundle of neurons responsible for filtering the sensory information your brain receives and deciding what gets through to your conscious awareness. You're surrounded by trillions of bits of data every second. Sounds, smells, sights, movements, sensations. You don't consciously process all of them. Your brain would shut down from overload. So the RAS decides what's important. And how does it decide? By referencing what you've told it matters, what you emotionally rehearse, what you visualize, what you expect. In other words, your RAS obeys your dominant focus. This means something profound. The world you see isn't the total world. It's a filtered selection based on your inner programming. If you constantly think thoughts of lack, unworthiness, or threat, your RAS will highlight evidence to confirm those expectations. You'll notice missed chances. You'll perceive rejection. You'll overlook openings. But once you begin feeding your RAS with coherent intention and elevated emotional states, once you visualize success with repetition and clarity, it begins flagging every external match to that frequency. Suddenly you notice the email you would have deleted. You hear the opportunity in the casual comment. You meet someone who just happens to know what you need. It's not coincidence. It's neurobiology tuned to quantum command. This is where creation moves from mystical to mechanical. When you rehearse a new identity, paired with the matching emotional state, your RAS updates its algorithm. It starts searching the environment and filtering in what matches your internal world. And this begins the feedback loop. Because now what you notice reinforces your belief. And that belief further stabilizes the frequency. You're no longer guessing. You're seeing evidence. And the more you see, the more real it becomes. Not because reality changed, but because you're finally seeing the version that was always there, waiting for your signal to activate. Let's take an example. You visualize yourself in a thriving business. You see the meetings, feel the excitement, hear the celebration. You do this consistently, charged with joy and gratitude. Your RAS begins tagging relevant data. Industry trends, mentorship offers, conversations, solutions. Suddenly, you're aware of a podcast that contains the exact idea you need. You overhear someone mention a contact. You find yourself choosing different behaviors, wearing different energy. It's not magic. It's selective perception aligned with coherent broadcast. Your field instructs the environment. Your brain finds the path. The two systems begin collaborating, and your results accelerate. This is also why negative focus works so powerfully, in the wrong direction. If you constantly imagine worst-case scenarios, fear betrayal, or anticipate struggle, your RAS aligns accordingly. You begin finding threat even in safe situations. You self-sabotage by tuning to lack. You literally train your brain to miss solutions because it's too busy seeking confirmation of your fears. This is not mental weakness. It's biological obedience. Your brain serves your most repeated thoughts, so give it better ones. You now understand why repetition matters. Your RAS doesn't respond to novelty. It responds to consistency. The more often you rehearse your desired outcome, visually, emotionally, and physically, the more weight your brain assigns to it. Eventually, it becomes the dominant instruction. And the dominant instruction becomes the new filter. That filter controls what you see, and what you see determines how you act, which changes what you attract. This is not law of attraction theory. This is neuroenergetic alignment. So how do you deliberately train your RAS? You create a loop of reinforcement, visual clarity, daily image of the desired outcome, emotional charge, repeated generation of elevated feelings, behavioral congruence, acting in ways that reflect the identity you're building, selective language, speaking only what supports the frequency, environmental cues, surrounding yourself with symbols of the reality you choose. Each of these becomes a message to your RAS. This matters. Show me more of this. And the RAS obeys. Now let's add this to the quantum equation. You're no longer just broadcasting to the field, you're tuning your perception to spot the field's responses. You become hyper-aware of alignment. You recognize signals faster. You adapt more quickly. You move with precision, not confusion. Because your internal filter is sharp, intelligent, and refined by your intention. You are not just thinking your future. You are training your nervous system to seek it. Next, we will go even deeper. You won't just notice signs of the future. You'll begin experiencing the future as a memory, because the most powerful way to lock a reality into your field is to treat it as if it's already happened. And your system doesn't know the difference. Your reticular activating system has now been tuned. You're perceiving reality through the filter of your chosen intention. The brain is actively highlighting external confirmations of your internal world. But now you'll take it further. You'll move beyond visualizing the future. You'll begin remembering it, because the most effective way to install a new reality is to feel as if it already happened, and to walk through life carrying the memory of the future like it's part of your history. This technique doesn't just activate the field, collapses time. It draws the outcome into your experience not by chasing, but by recalling. Here's the neurological key. The brain does not distinguish between memory and imagination when the emotional charge is high. A vivid memory activates the same brain regions, same chemical responses, as a vividly imagined experience, especially when paired with strong emotion. So when you mentally replay a future event with the same intensity you would remember a past one, the body accepts it as real. The nervous system updates. The field records it, and reality adjusts to match. This isn't fantasy. It's memory installation, and it works faster than wishful hoping. Let's clarify what this looks like. Instead of saying, "I hope this happens," you say, "I remember the day it happened." You replay it, not from the outside but as a lived experience. You recall the sounds, the expressions, the tone of your voice, the exact physical sensations of that day. You feel the rush, the release, the deep satisfaction. You smile at the details. You relive the moment that hasn't happened, until your body carries the signal that it already has. That signal is powerful, because the field mirrors signals, and memory is one of the strongest there is. Think about how you remember a powerful moment: a graduation, a breakup, a speech, a triumph. It's not just a picture, it's a full body response. Heart rate changes, breathing shifts, emotions stir. That's the same intensity you apply to your future memory. And the body believes it. This belief isn't mental, it's physiological. And once the physiology aligns, the field aligns. Because the field obeys energetic instruction, not calendar time. You may be wondering, can I really trust this process? What if I'm just pretending? That's the point. First, it feels like rehearsal. But the more often you generate the memory, the more familiarity develops. And the more familiar it becomes, the more dominant it becomes in your energy field. Eventually, it feels more real than your current circumstances. And that's when manifestation accelerates. Because the field always prefers identity over intention. It mirrors what you consistently are, not what you occasionally wish. And future memory is how you become the identity of your outcome. So how do you create these future memories? Start with a specific moment of completion. Not a vague outcome, a scene that proves it already happened. Could be reading the book review you've dreamed of, hugging the person who returned to your life, seeing your healed body in the mirror, opening the email that changes everything. Make it precise, make it detailed, then replay it, as if recalling a cherished memory. Do it in the morning, before sleep, after meditation. Repeat it until your body responds without force. That response is the signal. That signal writes into the field. To deepen the effect, journal your future memories. Write in past tense. I remember the moment I stood on that stage. I'll never forget the morning I got the call. Let your nervous system absorb the timeline reversal. Your system doesn't question tenses. It records frequency. And frequency obeys emotion, not grammar. Now let's connect this to your energetic practices. When you combine visualization, elevated emotion, reticular filtering, future memory, you create a total system override. Your biology, brain, breath, and broadcast all begin aligning to the same version of reality. And reality, through both quantum organization and neurobiological perception, begins echoing it back to you. With speed, with clarity, with increasing frequency. You now carry the power to remember your future into being. But how will your body respond when this new memory becomes your dominant signal? What happens inside your physiology, your field, as it begins adapting to this new timeline? Next, we will explore the biofeedback loop of creation and how your system starts confirming the new reality before the world ever does. You've now installed the future into your biology. You've visualized, emotionalized, and remembered your desired reality into the present moment. But manifestation isn't just about projection, it's about feedback. Once you begin broadcasting a new frequency into the quantum field, your internal systems will start responding first, before the external world catches up. This is the phase most people overlook. They expect instant outer results, and if they don't see them right away, they revert to the old pattern. But the transformation begins internally. Your biology starts to feed back information that confirms your field has shifted. And if you're paying attention, you'll recognize the signs that manifestation has already begun, even if physical evidence hasn't yet appeared. This chapter is about understanding and reading that biofeedback loop. It's the missing link between quantum creation and physical reality. Let's start with a simple truth. Your body is your most honest mirror. It records your emotional state, your energetic signature, and your belief systems in real time. And when you align with a new frequency, consistently, emotionally, and neurologically, the body begins echoing that change. This feedback loop may show up in subtle ways at first. Your resting heart rate may decrease. Your breathing becomes deeper and slower without effort. Your reactions to stress soften. Your cravings shift. Your thoughts become clearer, more neutral. You sleep better or dream more vividly. These are not random improvements. They're feedback from the field, confirming your new frequency is becoming dominant. One of the most powerful markers of this loop is heart rate variability, HRV. As you recall, HRV is the measure of the time interval between heartbeats. Higher variability is linked to emotional regulation, resilience, and coherent nervous system function. When your HRV increases, especially during or after intentional practices, it's a biological signal that you've achieved electromagnetic harmony. Your field is stabilizing. Your system is no longer surviving, it's synchronizing. And this synchronization is the first wave of manifestation. It's the signal that your body is entraining to the new outcome. The field has received the message. Another key biofeedback marker is emotional baseline. You begin noticing that you don't need to force positive thoughts. They arise naturally. You're less triggered by others. You don't chase validation. You carry a quiet certainty, even if circumstances haven't fully shifted. This isn't arrogance. It's resonance. Your body is adjusting to the future signal, and the result is emotional stability. The loop has begun. Also, pay attention to cognitive shifts. When your field starts stabilizing, the brain enters coherence. You'll notice clearer decision-making, less mental chatter, faster insight and intuition, creative ideas arriving out of nowhere, a felt sense of guidance. These aren't imagination. They are neurological echoes of a brain synchronized with a coherent field. The thoughts you think aren't just random, they are matched to the frequency you've chosen. And the more coherent your brainwaves, the easier it is to receive inspired information. You're not just reacting, you're being informed by the field. That's feedback. Even your relationships begin to reflect this shift. You may notice certain conflicts fade without being resolved. People begin mirroring your calm. Others comment on your energy, even if they don't understand what's changed. New connections enter, aligned with the version of you you've chosen to become. This is energetic congruence. You've changed your field, and others are now interacting with that new signal, even if they aren't consciously aware of it. You don't need to explain. Your frequency does the talking. But here's the critical moment. Sometimes, as the feedback loop intensifies, the old system resists. Your nervous system may briefly flare up. Doubt creeps in. A situation arises that seems to contradict everything you've built. This is not failure. This is the integration test. Your body is clearing residue, and your old identity is being challenged. The question isn't whether this happens. It's whether you interpret it as collapse or confirmation. When the field tests the signal, it's asking, are you really this version? Or was it just a performance? How you respond determines whether the new feedback loop stabilizes or resets. Hold the signal. Trust the shift. And the test becomes proof. The more you notice your body aligning heart, breath, thought, feeling, the more confirmation you gain that the manifestation is unfolding. Don't chase signs. Become the sign. Let your body be the proof that the future has arrived inside you, even before it arrives outside you. Because once your system believes, the field cannot ignore it. You now know how to read the loop. But what happens when that loop breaks? What if you feel disconnected, foggy, or stuck in a low frequency? This is where interference enters, the enemy of coherence. Next, we will reveal what happens when your frequency goes off, and the hidden disruptors that sabotage the field from within. You've created alignment. You've built the signal. You've begun reading the feedback from your body, thoughts, and emotions. But now you need to protect it, because just as coherence can build reality, disruption can dismantle it. Frequency is fragile when it's new. Just like a fresh path in the forest, it can be overgrown if left unattended. And the most common reason manifestations stall or reverse is that energetic disruptors are allowed to enter the system unchecked. This chapter is your defense strategy. You'll learn how to recognize when your frequency has gone off, and what to do to restore clarity before momentum is lost. Let's start with how you'll know your frequency is off. Here are the early symptoms: mental fog, repetitive negative thoughts, emotional dullness or volatility, shallow breathing, sleep disruption, fatigue without cause, a sense of contraction in the chest or gut, irritability or apathy toward what once inspired you. These are not random. They are energetic alarms. Your system is saying, we've lost coherence. A new signal is interfering. And the longer you ignore these signs, the deeper the misalignment becomes. So where does the interference come from? First and foremost, internal thought patterns. Every time you entertain doubt, fear, or self-judgment, you emit a signal that contradicts your dominant intention. You become like a radio station broadcasting on two frequencies at once. Static results. This isn't about blaming yourself for every low thought. It's about catching the signal early. You don't need to force positivity. You need to interrupt misalignment and return to the coherent frequency. That's energetic maturity. Another disruptor is emotional reactivity. When you lose emotional regulation, even briefly, you lose coherence. Anger, shame, guilt, or resentment pull your field into erratic patterns. Your HRV drops. Your brainwave pattern desynchronizes. Your breathing becomes shallow, and your field weakens. It doesn't matter how much you visualize that morning. A midday emotional explosion resets the system if not repaired. That's why your real power is in how fast you recover, not how perfectly you avoid disruption. Catch it, breathe, realign. That's mastery. Now let's talk about external disruptors. Your environment is always feeding you data, visually, energetically, electromagnetically. If your space is chaotic, your nervous system is on edge. If your relationships are incoherent, filled with criticism, fear, or judgment, your field takes the hit. Even background media, social content, and noise pollution bleed into your frequency. You don't need to become a hermit, but you must become selective. Curate your inputs. Choose coherence over comfort. Your field deserves protection. One of the most silent disruptors is subtle disappointment. This occurs when you don't see external results fast enough, and without realizing it, your emotional state drops. You're still saying the affirmations, still meditating, but inside, you're unconsciously thinking, it's not working. That unspoken thought becomes the new signal, and the field mirrors that. This is why trust is a frequency. It must be felt, not recited. Your nervous system must settle into knowing before evidence appears. Otherwise, you're chasing, and chasing implies lack. Lack disrupts. Let's now discuss recovery. Disruption is normal. Even elite energy masters experience misalignment, but they recover fast. Here's the reset protocol. Pause, acknowledge the shift without judgment. Breathe, recenter the nervous system with rhythmic breathing. Heart focus, drop attention into the chest. Emotion recall, generate the feeling of the outcome. Visual recall, replay the intention with clarity. Body alignment, adjust posture, movement, and tone. This entire cycle can take 2 minutes, and it rewires your field in real time. The goal isn't never slipping. It's becoming fluent in recovery. You're now aware of the fragility of frequency and the tools to protect it. You've seen that disruption is not failure, but feedback. And now you're equipped to keep your system aligned no matter what arises. But there's one more layer of sabotage you must learn to neutralize, not just misalignment, but energetic pollution. Next, we will expose the static signals that corrupt your field from within, and how to clear the noise so your signal becomes pure again. You've seen what happens when your field slips out of coherence, when emotional turbulence or mental doubt introduces noise into your energetic signal. But there's another, more insidious enemy that doesn't announce itself loudly. It accumulates quietly. It sits beneath your conscious awareness. It infects the frequency you're broadcasting, not with sudden disruption, but with low-grade static that undermines your clarity. This is thought pollution, the invisible clutter that dilutes your electromagnetic signal and blocks your manifestation from locking in. Now that you know how to recognize major misalignments, it's time to become sensitive to the more subtle noise, and more importantly, how to clear it. Thought pollution isn't always toxic in the traditional sense. It's often disguised as harmless overthinking, passive daydreaming, casual negativity, or cultural noise. Here's how it typically shows up. Looping internal dialogue about irrelevant problems. Low-level anxiety that simmers under the surface. Imaginary arguments or rehearsed conflict. Absorbing secondhand emotions from media or people. Unconscious self-criticism dressed up as humility. Individually, these seem minor, but together, they scatter your field like static electricity. They create signal distortion. And when your signal is distorted, the quantum field can't read your instructions clearly. The result? Inconsistent results. Delayed manifestation. Confused outcomes. Your field isn't failing. It's just scrambled. Let's compare it to radio frequency. If you're tuned halfway between two stations, you won't hear either clearly. That's what polluted thought does. You're halfway tuned to abundance and halfway thinking lack. Halfway holding your vision and halfway reviewing past wounds. The field is receiving a blurry signal, and blurry signals return blurry outcomes. That's why clearing thought pollution is not optional. It's essential. So what causes this pollution? 3 main sources: mental clutter, unchecked thoughts that flood your consciousness without intentionality; emotional residue, past experiences still stored as active patterns; external absorption, adopting frequencies from people, news, or culture without filtering. Each of these sources injects subtle interference into your field, and if they go unnoticed, they shape your default vibration, which becomes your baseline broadcast. So even if you do a beautiful visualization in the morning, thought pollution can cancel it out by lunchtime. Not because your intention was weak, but because your signal got overwritten. Let's start clearing. First, mental clutter. This requires awareness training. Set periodic frequency audits during the day. Stop, breathe, and ask, what am I thinking about right now? And does it match the signal I want to send? If it doesn't, don't fight it. Just redirect. Choose one clear, coherent thought that supports your field. Breathe into it. Replace the static with signal. Over time, this rewires your cognitive patterns. You become a guardian of your mental channel. Next, emotional residue. These are feelings that linger long after an event ends. Anger, grief, embarrassment, guilt, stored in the body, repeating through your field. These must be cleared somatically, through breath, movement, or energetic release. Try this simple technique. Bring the old feeling to awareness. Don't judge it. Breathe deeply into the sensation. Ask yourself, is this emotion based in my present identity or my past one? On each exhale, release it as if blowing out old static. Replace it with an elevated emotion: gratitude, love, peace. Do this consistently, and your emotional body becomes lighter. You're not suppressing. You're rewiring. Now the big one, external absorption. Start paying attention to what you let into your consciousness. Social media, conversations, podcasts, movies, even advertisements. Every input carries frequency. And if you consume low-energy inputs regularly, gossip, outrage, fear, they pollute your thought stream without your permission. You're subconsciously rehearsing frequencies you don't even believe in. So be ruthless. Audit your media diet like you'd audit your physical diet. Curate your consumption to support your field, not clutter it. Now let's build a thought purification practice. Do this once a day, ideally at the same time. Sit in silence. Notice the dominant thoughts running through your mind. Label them. Is this thought empowering, neutral, polluted? Consciously discard the polluted ones. Replace each one with a high coherence version. Speak the upgraded thought out loud if possible. This practice takes 5 minutes, but it can reset your entire field, because thought is the foundation, and polluted foundations build unstable realities. You can also create field-clearing rituals. Burn paper with outdated beliefs written on it. Use water as a purification symbol, in showers or by drinking intentionally charged water. Walk barefoot to discharge static into the earth. Use sound, hums, chimes, singing bowls to dislodge stagnant thought forms. The method doesn't matter as much as the intention behind it. You're saying to your system, we're done carrying noise. We're returning to signal. That declaration has power. You're now more than just aware of your thoughts. You're responsible for them. And responsibility is electromagnetic. Clarifies. It sharpens your broadcast. And it makes your manifestation clean, no longer delayed by background noise or unconscious interference. But even if you purify your mind, your physical environment might still hold residue. That's the next frontier. Next, we will shift your attention outward, into your surroundings, and discover how your space either magnifies or drains your energetic field. You've cleared your thoughts. You've detoxed the emotional static. But now it's time to look at the field around you, the space you move through daily. Because your physical environment isn't neutral. It either amplifies your frequency or it dilutes it. It either supports your field or it scrambles it. Most people unconsciously design spaces that reflect their past identity, not their chosen frequency. They live inside the residue of their old selves. But now that your inner broadcast is refined, your outer world must match. Your environment must become an ally to your intention. Let's make that happen. First, understand this principle. Your space holds memory. Everything in your environment, your home, your office, your phone, your clothing, holds energetic signatures based on how you've interacted with them. That corner where you used to worry, that room where you broke down, that object you associate with failure, it's not superstition. It's energetic imprinting. Your field interacts with these memories, and if you're not deliberate, they drag you backward. So the goal isn't just cleanliness. It's energetic alignment. Let's begin with your home space. Walk through your environment with new eyes. Ask, does this room reflect my chosen frequency? If the answer is no, don't ignore it. Change it. You don't need luxury or redesign. You need intentionality. Start by removing anything that feels heavy, outdated, or energetically linked to a version of you you've outgrown. Old journals filled with self-doubt. Decor from a depressive era. Objects gifted with negative emotional baggage. Clear them. When you remove the old signal, you create space for the new one. Next, add frequency anchors. Place objects, colors, scents, or sounds that evoke your chosen vibration. A symbol of abundance on your desk. A candle that reminds you of peace. Music that entrains your heart rhythm. Lighting that supports focus and calm. These are not decorations. They are energetic reinforcements. Your field responds to them, and so does your nervous system. Now address digital environments. Your phone, your computer, your online space, they also hold frequency. Unfollow sources that inject stress or noise. Organize your desktop to feel light and clear. Set your screensaver to a visual of your desired outcome. Every swipe, every glance, every notification is a touch point with your subconscious. Make those touch points coherent. Let your digital world mirror your electromagnetic world. Now go deeper. Look at your closet. Yes, your clothing holds memory too. You're wearing frequency. Some clothes make you feel powerful. Others carry sadness, guilt, or shrinking energy. Start rotating out what no longer matches your identity. Dress not for style, but for signal. What does the version of you who already has your outcome wear? Begin there. Let your clothing become part of your field. Now move to your workspace. Whether it's a desk, a studio, or a kitchen table, your creative space must reflect focus and clarity. Remove distractions. Add elevation. Let your tools, your surroundings, your colors support flow. This is not about aesthetics. It's about energetic conductivity. Your environment should carry the current, not block it. One overlooked frequency drain is clutter. Clutter isn't just visual, it's emotional. It represents unfinished energy, delayed decisions, emotional resistance. Every pile, every drawer stuffed with later, is a broadcast of stagnation. Clear one drawer, then one shelf, then one room. You're not just cleaning, you're reprogramming your field. You can also build ritualized spaces. Create a small area, even a corner, that is sacred to your intention. Use it only for alignment practices, visualization, breathing, gratitude journaling, frequency activation. Let that spot become saturated with high vibration. Over time, just sitting there will return you to signal instantly. Your nervous system will associate that space with coherence, and coherence will respond. Finally, include nature. No matter how refined your space becomes, nothing aligns your field faster than earth elements. Bring in plants. Use natural textures, wood, stone, water. Let light in. If possible, step outside barefoot. Touch a tree. Breathe the wind. These aren't aesthetic choices. They're electromagnetic realignment tools. Nature broadcasts pure signal, and your body knows how to match it. Let it support you. You now see your environment for what it is, an extension of your field, a living mirror of your frequency. Partner in your manifestation. Keep it aligned. Keep it clean, and it will keep your signal sharp, powerful, and consistent. But there's one modern saboteur still hiding, invisible, artificial, and pervasive. Next, we will expose the silent disruptor of your energetic field that surrounds you 24/7, and how to reclaim your power from electromagnetic pollution. You've purified your thoughts. You've realigned your space. Your internal and external worlds are now working together to hold a coherent energetic field. But coherence has one more enemy, and this one is silent, invisible, and embedded into your daily reality. It's not emotional. It's not psychological. It's technological. We're talking about EMF overload, the flood of man-made electromagnetic frequencies that saturate modern life. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cell towers, smart devices, high-voltage lines, all of them emit frequencies. And while each signal may seem weak on its own, their cumulative impact can disrupt your energetic field, degrade your coherence, and mute your broadcast before it ever reaches the quantum field. Now that you've established control over your inner world, you must defend it against these hidden saboteurs. This is about protecting your power. First, understand this. Your body is an electromagnetic system. It sends and receives frequencies constantly, through your brainwaves, heart rhythms, and cellular communication. The field you generate through thought, emotion, and intention is delicate, finely tuned to subtle frequencies. And those subtle frequencies are vulnerable to external interference. Just like radio static ruins a clear broadcast, artificial EMFs can distort your body's natural rhythms. That distortion affects heart rate variability, sleep cycles, cellular repair, immune response, mood and focus. Most importantly, your field's signal strength. You're still broadcasting, but the clarity drops, the coherence weakens, the magnetic charge fades, and that means your manifestations, no matter how well-formed, lose momentum. Not because you didn't want it enough, because the carrier signal was compromised. So how do EMFs actually disrupt you? Let's break it down. Every EMF source pulses at a frequency. Microwaves, radio frequencies, low-frequency electric fields. Each has its own pattern, but your body has its own natural rhythms, especially the brain and heart, which operate in specific frequency ranges tied to optimal function. For example, alpha brainwaves, relaxation 8 to 12 Hz, theta, meditative 4 to 8 Hz, Schumann resonance, Earth's frequency, 7.83 Hz, heart field coherence, around 0.1 Hz. Now compare that to Wi-Fi routers, 2.4 to 5 GHz, mobile phones, 900 MHz to 2 GHz, Bluetooth, 2.4 GHz, 5G, tens to hundreds of gigahertz. These are not compatible frequencies. They are thousands to millions of times higher than your body's natural rhythms. Your field cannot speak at those levels, and yet it's being bombarded by them constantly. Every moment you're near your phone, your modem, your smart speaker, your smartwatch, you're bathing in a frequency soup your body did not evolve to navigate. And that soup interferes. Let's look at the symptoms of EMF overload. You may experience difficulty focusing, chronic low energy, headaches without cause, poor sleep despite meditation or clean diet, increased anxiety, impaired recovery, low-level irritability or emotional fatigue, a vague feeling of being disconnected from your inner self. These symptoms are subtle. They're often mistaken for stress or aging, but they're field disruptions. And once you reduce exposure, you may notice a dramatic shift, sometimes within hours. Now let's talk about solutions. You can't eliminate EMFs entirely, unless you plan to live in a forest with no devices. But you can shield your field, minimize your exposure, and protect your coherence. Here's how. Distance is power. Every inch matters. Keep your phone off your body, never in your pocket. Use speaker mode or wired earbuds for calls. Don't sleep with electronics next to your head. Airplane mode is your ally. When not in use, switch devices to airplane mode, especially during meditation, visualization, or deep rest. Wi-Fi curfew. Turn off your router at night. Your body needs clean space to restore coherence during sleep. Hardwire when possible. Ethernet is old school but clean. Hardwire computers instead of Wi-Fi. Use wired keyboards and mice. Shielding tech. Use EMF shielding cases, paint, fabric, or canopies if you're in a high EMF environment. They reduce exposure without removing access. Nature reset. Go barefoot on grass, soil, or sand. This discharges accumulated electrical tension, called grounding, and resynchronizes you with the Earth's frequency. Device detox. Take 1 to 2 hours daily to go completely tech-free. Use this window for breathwork, nature walks, or energy rituals. Let your field breathe. Bedroom is sacred. No screens, no routers, no devices. Your bedroom should be an energetic sanctuary. Charge phones outside the room. Use analog clocks. These aren't lifestyle suggestions. They are field hygiene protocols. Because your coherence is a signal, and you can't afford to let your environment mute it. You may feel resistance at first. Modern life depends on technology. But ask yourself, is my convenience worth the cost to my signal? Once you realize how much more clarity, energy, and alignment you feel in a clean field, you'll make different choices. You won't fear EMFs. You'll manage them. And management is power. EMF control is not paranoia. It's sovereignty. Your thoughts and feelings are trying to write a new reality. Don't let invisible disruptors erase the message mid-transmission. Protect your space. Protect your sleep. Protect your coherence. And the field will respond with new strength. But there's another invisible frequency you need to examine next, not artificial but human. The people in your life are either amplifying your signal or bleeding it. Next, we will reveal how the company you keep influences your field, and how to consciously select energetic allies who uplift, not drain. You've built coherence in your body. You've aligned your thoughts. You've refined your space and protected your field from technological interference. Now, we confront the most intimate, often ignored influence on your frequency. Other people. Because just as EMFs can scramble your signal, so can energetic mismatches. Human fields that carry contradiction, chaos, fear, or stagnation. This isn't about judgment. It's about electromagnetic influence. Every person carries a field, and fields interact. If you consistently surround yourself with people whose emotional signatures conflict with your intention, your frequency will start to fracture. Not out of weakness, but through entrainment. Let's explore what that means. Your energy field is not isolated. It's relational. And the human heart, as you've already discovered, emits an electromagnetic field measurable up to 6 to 10 feet away, sometimes more. When two people come near each other, their heart fields begin to sync. This is known as physiological entrainment. It means one person's nervous system starts to mirror the other's. Now, here's the kicker. The more coherent field usually dominates. But if no one's field is coherent, the interaction defaults to the strongest emotional resonance, often the loudest, most reactive, or most familiar vibration. And if that resonance is fear, drama, gossip, victimhood, or scarcity, you're pulled in. Your HRV drops. Your breathing shifts. Your thoughts scramble. Your body tenses. Your broadcast collapses to match the social field. Even if your inner work was strong that morning. This is why your energetic circle matters more than your physical location. It's not about where you are. It's about who you're near and what they're carrying. Let's identify the key frequency archetypes that drain or distort your field. The chronic victim, they see powerlessness in everything. Their field emits helplessness. If you aren't vigilant, they pull you into rescue mode, draining your coherence. The cynical realist, they disguise low frequency as logic. They scoff at vision, dismiss imagination, and insist that's just how life is. Their field is stuck in survival. The emotional cyclone, their drama becomes your weather. Their nervous system is unstable, and their chaos demands attention. Interaction leaves you dizzy or depleted. The passive suppressor, they avoid truth, avoid growth, and stay stuck. Their stillness isn't peace, it's resistance. Your field feels suffocated around them. You're not judging them, but you are reading the signal. And once you recognize the cost, you'll understand why your evolution depends on discernment. Now, let's meet the amplifiers, the people whose fields elevate yours. The coherent, they walk in inner peace. Their words align with action. Their emotions are stable. Just being near them calms your system. The expander, they see your potential before you do. Their frequency makes your vision feel closer. They don't fix, they reflect power. The mirror, they challenge you honestly, not critically. They hold you to your field even when you wobble. The anchor, they show up consistently. Their presence stabilizes you. They're not loud, they're solid. Surrounding yourself with amplifiers is not luxury. It's strategy. You are building a field that reshapes reality. You cannot afford to entangle with signals that reverse your coherence. So how do you protect your field without isolating or rejecting others? Start with energetic boundaries. This isn't about walls. It's about field hygiene. Before engaging with someone you know may carry a disruptive signature, stabilize yourself. Breathe. Visualize light around your chest. Set a mental intention. I will hold my signal regardless of theirs. Don't match their tone. Don't play roles. Maintain your frequency. Let your coherence become the dominant field. And if you feel it slipping, disengage with grace. Not out of anger, out of wisdom. You can also limit exposure. Not everyone deserves full access to your energy. Reserve your deepest bandwidth for those who match or support your field. This isn't elitism. It's energetic stewardship. You've done the work. Don't offer your coherence as a sponge for others' chaos. Help, yes. Guide, sure. But don't anchor in draining fields. You're not obligated to maintain connections that pull you backward. Even if they're familiar. Even if they're nice. Even if they share blood. Family is biology. Frequency is destiny. And your destiny requires discernment. Choose your company like you choose your thoughts, with intention. Because you're not just creating a new reality. You're co-creating it with every field you allow near yours. You've now learned how human fields entangle, amplify, or dilute. Next, we will harness this entanglement deliberately and tap into group coherence, where frequencies combine exponentially to manifest change far beyond individual capacity. Up until now, you've cultivated your personal field. You've tuned your thoughts, elevated your emotions, protected your coherence, and refined your energetic hygiene. You've become a self-contained frequency system, capable of generating, sustaining, and projecting electromagnetic intention into the quantum field. But here's what changes everything. You were never meant to stay isolated. Your individual signal is powerful, but when it synchronizes with other coherent fields, something extraordinary happens. It doesn't just double, it multiplies. This is the principle of group coherence, where multiple human fields unite in shared intention, aligned emotion, and synchronized rhythm to create an exponential amplification of reality-shifting energy. If you think one heart broadcasting love can influence its environment, wait until you feel what happens when 10, 100, or 10,000 hearts beat in harmony. Let's unlock that power. Group coherence isn't a spiritual metaphor. It's a measurable electromagnetic event. When multiple individuals regulate their breathing, calm their minds, and activate elevated emotions like love, gratitude, or compassion, their heart rhythms begin to align. This isn't opinion. It's been tracked through ECG and HRV data. The individual fields begin entraining to a shared rhythm, like pendulums synchronizing in the same room. And when this synchronization happens, something opens. The collective field becomes a singular, unified energy, greater than the sum of its parts. And that field broadcasts into the quantum field with a power and clarity no single person could reach alone. Let's be precise about what this means. Incoherent groups don't create power. They cancel each other out. 10 people meditating alone in different rooms, with different emotions, different thoughts, and unaligned breathing, create 10 separate, scattered frequencies. But 10 people intentionally aligning their breath, locking into a shared, elevated emotion, and visualizing a singular outcome, they form a new electromagnetic organism. That organism is stable, it's powerful, it's magnetic, and it communicates directly with the quantum fabric. This is group coherence. Let's consider what this does to local environments. When a group holds a coherent field, it reduces ambient stress in the space. It lowers cortisol levels in those nearby, even non-participants. It increases feelings of connectedness, safety, and compassion in observers. It shifts brainwave patterns in surrounding individuals, proven through EEG research. In other words, coherent groups don't just create change inside themselves. They broadcast transformative influence outward. They elevate entire rooms, cities, or even global events. And the shift is not psychological. It's electromagnetic. Here's why this matters for your journey. If you're serious about creating large-scale change in your health, wealth, purpose, or relationships, then learning to operate within collective coherence is the next level of mastery. It's how your personal intention gets support. It's how your broadcast pierces resistance faster. It's how you magnetize what you want with greater precision, because your signal is no longer singular. It's resonant. You're syncing with others who hold the same signal, and that makes manifestation faster, clearer, and more stable. Let's break down how to form a coherent group field. There are 3 essential components. Shared breath rhythm. The fastest way to enter coherence is through synchronized breathing. Begin any group intention session by guiding the group to inhale and exhale together. Slowly, evenly, and rhythmically. Unified emotional state. Choose a single elevated emotion to activate. Gratitude is often most effective. Let the group tune into it fully, not just mentally but somatically. Let it be real, focused intention. The group must hold the same visualization. One clear outcome. One shared target. This creates a singular quantum imprint. Clean, uncluttered, and powerful. When these 3 elements come together, the group becomes a single signal. And that signal becomes magnetic. You may be wondering, how many people does it take? The answer might surprise you. Small groups create outsized results. Even a trio, 3 people in full coherence, can generate a field strong enough to influence local electromagnetic measurements. Why? Because coherence, not size, determines power. 1,000 scattered minds create noise. 3 synchronized hearts create a signal. So never underestimate your role, even in a small gathering. The impact is not linear. It's exponential. You can create group coherence in person or virtually. What matters is intentional synchronization. If you're leading or joining such a group, follow this protocol. Begin with silence. Enter breath coherence. Try 5-second inhales and exhales. Activate the chosen emotion. Speak the shared intention aloud, or visualize it together. Remain in that field for at least 10 minutes. End with gratitude and grounding. This process conditions your nervous system to remember the frequency. And the more you repeat it, the stronger the group field becomes. You begin creating momentum, and the quantum responds. You now hold the key to multiplying your power. But don't stop here. You've built the capacity to hold a shared field. Now it's time to look at the evidence. Because this isn't just theory. Science has measured what happens when thousands of people synchronize their thoughts and emotions across the globe. Next, we will reveal the collective intention experiments that changed cities, weather patterns, and even health outcomes, all through the power of unified frequency. So far, you've learned that coherence multiplies when shared. You've practiced forming unified group fields, tuning breath, aligning emotions, and projecting singular intentions. Now, it's time to prove this isn't theoretical. It's scientific. Over the past 4 decades, dozens of rigorously designed experiments have demonstrated what happens when large groups of people synchronize thought and emotion for a specific outcome. And the results? Nothing short of miraculous. Crime rates dropped. Wars paused. Violence plummeted. Random number generators showed anomalies. Weather patterns shifted. And all of this happened without physical action. Just focused, coherent, collective intention. Let's explore what the science has already revealed. Let's begin with one of the most well-documented studies. The Washington, D.C. meditation experiment, 1993. During the peak of summer, traditionally the most violent season, a group of trained meditators gathered with one intention: to reduce violent crime through sustained coherence. At the time, local police and government officials were skeptical. Violent crime had been steadily rising, and the heat wave was expected to worsen things. But as thousands meditated together, holding peace, stability, and coherence in their hearts, crime began to fall. Not gradually, rapidly. By the end of the experiment, violent crime had dropped by over 23%. The odds of this result occurring by chance? Less than 1 in 500 million. Researchers had controlled for weather, policy changes, and policing. The only measurable variable? Focused, coherent, collective thought. Now consider the transcendental meditation peace projects of the 1980s and 1990s. In multiple cities around the world, large groups of meditators gathered to influence societal outcomes. Here's what they recorded. Jerusalem, war-related deaths decreased by 76% during group coherence. Lebanon, conflict intensity dropped during synchronized meditation days. Philippines, crime rates declined when group meditation intensified. US, multiple cities recorded drops in accident rates and emergency calls. Again, no lobbying, no protests, no policy changes, just energetic intervention. The quantum field received coherent signals, and the physical world responded. Let's talk numbers. In these experiments, researchers consistently found that when the square root of 1% of a population engaged in coherent group practice, measurable change followed. That means, in a city of 1 million, only 316 participants are needed. For Earth's 8 billion, around 9,000 people can affect the entire global field. This isn't magic. It's energetic mathematics. Why the square root? Because coherence amplifies geometrically. It's not about quantity, it's about synchronized intensity. This has also been studied through technology. Enter the Global Consciousness Project, a decades-long experiment started at Princeton University. Using random number generators, RNGs, placed across the world, the project tracks data to see how human consciousness affects randomness. During global events, 9/11, major elections, large meditation gatherings, the RNGs stop behaving randomly. Patterns emerge. Signals spike. The field shifts. The conclusion? Human consciousness interacts with the fabric of reality, and large-scale coherence leaves measurable traces. Even machines react to human intention, especially when shared. What does this mean for you? Everything. Because you're not just a manifester in isolation. You're a node in the global energetic web. Your thoughts affect the field, but they also sync with others. And when you align with like-minded creators, whether in person or virtually, you generate force. You don't need millions. You need resonance. A small circle of coherent creators, aligned to a unified vision, can shift reality faster than scattered masses. That's the secret behind group miracles. You can apply this today. Organize a coherence session with a few aligned individuals. Choose one intention: peace in a region, health for a friend, abundance for the group, climate harmony, collective awakening. Set the time. Align your breath. Activate your emotion. Project your shared outcome. Then watch the field respond, not because you're trying, but because the signal is too coherent to ignore. You now understand the true power of shared intention. The field is not distant. It's responsive. And when you become part of a coherent cluster, a living, breathing quantum command, miracles are not rare. They are inevitable. But let's take this further. You've seen thoughts as intention. Now let's shift metaphor. What if your thoughts are seeds, and the quantum is soil? Next, we will show you how to plant those seeds correctly and grow a reality you can harvest. You've now witnessed the electromagnetic power of collective intention. You've seen how groups, when synchronized in coherence, can shift crime, stabilize conflict, even influence machines. But let's bring this back to your personal reality. Because whether you're acting alone or with others, there's one universal law that never changes. Your thoughts are seeds. Each one carries an electromagnetic signature, a vibration, a blueprint. And when planted in the quantum field with the right emotion, consistency, and coherence, they don't just vanish into silence. They grow. They begin organizing the particles of possibility into the shapes of your physical reality. But here's the catch. The field responds not to random thoughts, but to the emotional quality and energetic clarity behind the seed. The clearer the signal, the healthier the seed. The more elevated the emotion, the richer the soil. The more consistent the thought, the deeper the roots. Let's learn how to plant for reality. First, understand this. Every single thought you think carries a wave into the field, but only certain thoughts carry the charge to collapse into form. Casual musings don't do it. Fearful repetitions do, but in destructive ways. Only thoughts that are charged with belief, emotion, and repetition become seeds of substance. So before you ask, why didn't it manifest? Ask instead, did I plant a real seed, or just toss a wish into the wind? This is where most creators misstep. They think once is enough. They imagine a desire once, feel it briefly, then walk away and wonder why it didn't materialize. But creation is not magic. It's agriculture. You're farming in the quantum. And farming requires strategy. Let's walk through the process of energetic planting. Step 1. Choose the seed thought. It must be clear, specific, felt. I am financially free through work I love. My body is strong, vibrant, and self-healing. I live with deep connection and peace every day. No vague affirmations. No half-hearted phrases. Pick one signal you want to broadcast until it takes root. This becomes your energetic seed. Step 2. Prepare the soil. The soil is your emotional state. Thoughts can't root in stress, fear, or doubt. Even if you repeat them, even if you write them down. If the emotional field is incoherent, the seed doesn't activate. So before planting, generate elevated emotion. Gratitude, joy, anticipation. Breathe into the feeling of already having what you want. Not hoping, but experiencing. This is the electromagnetic fertilizer. This is what tells the quantum. This seed matters. Step 3. Plant it repetitively. One thought, one time, that's a breeze. But consistent focus, day after day, that's a signal. Each repetition lays down neurological wiring. Each repetition builds a new field pattern. The key is not obsession, it's certainty. Repeat not from fear that it won't happen, but from confidence that it must. This is not begging. It's broadcasting. Step 4. Don't dig it up. The most common mistake? Energetically planting a seed, then emotionally digging it up with doubt. You feel the vision one day, then question its timing the next. You say the affirmation in the morning, then worry all night. This is sabotage. You're disrupting the field's organization process every time you contradict the signal. Think like a farmer. You don't plant a seed and yell at the dirt the next day. You water it, protect it, expect it. Do the same with your thought. Step 5. Water with emotion daily. Emotion is hydration. The more feeling you send into your intention, the more energy the seed receives. You don't need to visualize for hours, but even 5 minutes of emotionally charged focus is more powerful than a week of thought without feeling. Let your emotion nourish the intention. Smile as you feel it real. Celebrate the unseen reality before it blooms. That celebration is magnetic. Now understand this. Just like in nature, some seeds take longer than others. A blade of grass shows in days. A tree might take seasons. So patience is coherence. The field doesn't ignore you. It's assembling, calibrating, organizing energy into matter. Don't rush the field. Trust it. Also, be mindful of cross-seeding. You might be planting abundance in the morning and lack in the afternoon through worry. This creates energetic crossfire, and the field receives a split signal. Stay focused. If you catch yourself planting weeds, don't panic. Uproot with awareness. Replace with signal. Coherence is not perfection. It's persistence. Lastly, remember, everything you see in your life today is a garden of yesterday's thoughts. You're living among the fruit of seeds planted consciously or unconsciously weeks, months, or years ago. If you want to change the fruit, change the seed, and plant it with care. But now let's stretch your understanding of this timeline. What if time is not linear? What if your thoughts aren't just planting the future, but changing the past? Next, we will uncover how thought travels backward, and how you can edit your history through frequency to shape your destiny. You've just learned that thoughts are seeds, energetic patterns planted into the quantum to generate physical outcomes. But let's disrupt a deeper assumption. Time. You've been taught it's linear, that it moves forward only, that the past is fixed, that the future waits. But physics and direct energetic experience tells another story. Time is not linear. It's layered. And more than that, it's fluid. Your thoughts don't just shape tomorrow. They echo into the past. This changes everything. Because if thought travels backward, then pain isn't permanent. Trauma isn't frozen. Your timeline is not a track. It's a field. And you can shift any point within it, including your origin stories. Let's explore this. Let's begin with quantum theory. In experiments involving entangled particles, what happens to one particle affects the other instantaneously, even across vast distances. And in some cases, changing the state of one particle appears to retroactively influence the earlier condition of the other. This is known as retrocausality. It's not science fiction. It's quantum mechanics, and it points to a deeper truth. Time is not a one-way street. The observer, you, participates in determining not only future events, but past probabilities. So what does this mean for your energetic practice? It means you can go back, not to relive, to recalibrate. Let's take an emotional example. Say you experienced abandonment as a child. That pain formed beliefs. Those beliefs became broadcasts. And now, decades later, your frequency still transmits mistrust, self-doubt, or fear of intimacy. You've tried to overwrite the signal, but part of your field is still anchored to that timeline. You don't need a time machine. You need energetic editing. Here's how. Visualize your younger self at the moment of the wound. Bring your current self into that scene, coherent, strong, radiant. Speak to the past version. You are safe. I'm here. We never lost love. We gained power. Infuse that moment with the emotion it lacked. Comfort, strength, worthiness. Feel the field shift around that memory. What happens next? Your nervous system updates. Your beliefs loosen. Your current frequency recalibrates. Not because the event didn't happen, but because the energetic meaning changed. And meaning is what the quantum field reads. This is called timeline integration. You're not changing history. You're harmonizing it, removing static, closing open loops, and freeing energy that was trapped in outdated frequencies. This is more than healing. It's field correction, and it makes your current broadcast more powerful. Let's go further. You can also project coherence into the future and have it echo back into now. Think of a future version of you, 6 months from today, already living the reality you're creating. That version exists as a probability in the field. Now imagine that version sending back energy, confidence, clarity, certainty. Let your present body receive that signal. Tune to it, feel it, thank it. What you're doing is creating a loop between now and then. You're closing time's gap, and in doing so, you're collapsing the delay. This is how nonlinear manifestors operate. They don't move through time. They make time move through them. This may sound abstract, but your body already knows how to do this. Ever had a memory change meaning as you matured? Or a past pain suddenly feel neutral after a breakthrough? That wasn't therapy. That was frequency editing. Now you're doing it on purpose. And now you understand. The past isn't behind you. It's within you. And you have the tools to recode it. So don't be afraid of your history. It's just old data waiting for a new broadcast. Your thoughts now carry more power than ever. They're no longer just future-focused. They're timeless signals, correcting, clarifying, and creating across all layers of your field. You're not moving forward. You're radiating outward into every version of yourself that ever was, and ever could be. But what if the field itself carries memory? What if your intention, once broadcast, entangles instantly with outcomes, no matter when or where? Next, we will enter the phenomenon of quantum entanglement of intention and how your thoughts reach beyond space and time. You've now shattered the illusion of time. You've seen how thought can echo into the past and align with future versions of yourself, bringing coherence to every part of your timeline. Now prepare to stretch that even further, because time is only half the equation. The other is space, and it too bends. When you send out an intention, it doesn't just ripple forward or backward along your personal timeline. It entangles, instantly, everywhere. This isn't poetic metaphor. It's one of the most baffling and confirmed principles in all of quantum mechanics. Quantum entanglement. Two particles, once connected, remain connected regardless of the distance between them. What happens to one is instantly reflected in the other. Distance doesn't matter. Time doesn't delay the reaction. The connection is non-local. And what applies to particles applies to fields, including the one you're generating. Let's explore how your thoughts, when paired with clear intention and elevated emotion, create entangled outcomes in people, in events, even in the very fabric of your world. First, let's anchor the science. In the famous EPR paradox, named after Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, scientists proposed a situation where two particles interact and then separate. Even at vast distances, a change to one instantly affects the other. This effect was considered impossible by Einstein, who called it spooky action at a distance. But experiments confirmed it. Entangled particles behave as one unified system, regardless of physical separation. And this isn't theory anymore. It's been demonstrated repeatedly. So what does that have to do with you? Everything. Because thought isn't abstract. It's a field-based phenomenon. When you focus intention on someone, some place, or some outcome, and do it with emotional coherence, you're not just wishing. You're entangling. You're forming a real energetic connection. One that bypasses physical barriers and spatial distance. Let's say you're thinking of someone. You focus not just on their image, but on a desired shift, healing, reconciliation, empowerment, clarity. You generate gratitude as if it's already happened. You breathe into coherence. You hold that emotional state as real. At that moment, if your field is coherent enough, it connects. They may be across the world. They may not even know you're thinking of them. But their field, consciously or unconsciously, feels the signal. Why? Because you once shared a bond, even if minor. That bond equals entanglement. And once formed, entanglement can be reignited through intention. Entanglement doesn't require consent. It respects free will, it doesn't control people. But it allows for influence, a subtle pull, an opening, a resonance, which is why so many people report thinking of someone, then receiving a message from them hours later, or praying for someone, then watching their condition improve, or visualizing an event going smoothly, and it does despite all odds. These aren't coincidences. They are entangled intentions. Now let's take this further. When you hold a consistent emotional vibration around a desired outcome, a business goal, a new relationship, a creative success, you entangle with the version of reality where that outcome already exists. You're not forcing it to happen. You're linking with it. That version of your life, that reality, already exists in the quantum field. And when your thoughts, feelings, and actions align with its frequency, you form resonant entanglement. The gap between you and it dissolves. You start experiencing nudges, coincidences, sudden ideas, new people, strange clarity, reduced resistance. This is not the future arriving. It's the field responding. You've collapsed probability into presence. So how do you initiate entanglement? Here's a protocol. Step 1. Select the target. This could be a person, a version of yourself, or a specific event. Be specific. Vagueness creates weak threads. Step 2. Feel the connection. If it's a person, recall a real moment of connection. This activates the quantum bond. If it's an event, imagine you've already experienced it successfully. If it's a future version of you, picture that version as if it's watching you now. Step 3. Enter coherence. Use breath to slow the body. Feel elevated emotion, joy, gratitude, peace. Let it be real. Step 4. Send signal. Hold the image in your awareness. Speak it aloud or internally. We are connected. I send coherence now. No begging. No drama. Just signal. Step 5. Let go. You're not pushing. You're linking. Once the connection is made, don't chase it. Just trust that it exists and live in alignment. You can also create group entanglement in families, teams, friendships, spiritual communities. Synchronize breath. Hold hands if possible. Activate love. Focus on a shared image of future success or healing. The field generated is multiplicative. Each person amplifies the others. The result? You entangle not just with each other, but with an upgraded version of reality that now has more weight in the field. It's not theory. It's electromagnetic math. You're now working in quantum architecture. Thoughts build links. Emotion strengthens the threads. Trust anchors the structure. And alignment brings the collapse. You're not pushing outcomes. You're weaving reality through entangled frequency. But what if you could use this to influence others, not by manipulation, but by holding such strong energetic clarity that their field naturally shifts in your presence? Next, we will unlock the subtle art of remote influence and how to affect people and outcomes through non-local coherence. You've now opened the door to entanglement. You understand how thought, when charged with emotion and clarity, forms real energetic links across time, across space, and across dimensions of possibility. Now comes the next expression of this awareness. Remote influence. This isn't about control. It's not manipulation. It's not psychic coercion. It's about recognizing that your field, when highly coherent, naturally entrains the fields around it. It becomes a kind of silent conductor, an unseen composer, drawing others into a more elevated, aligned state without saying a word. If you've ever walked into a room and felt someone's calm or chaos, you already know this. Remote influence takes that principle and refines it into conscious practice. Let's learn how to become that kind of presence. First, ground this in physiology. The heart's electromagnetic field is measurable up to several feet from the body, and possibly much further. This field carries your emotional state into the space around you. It influences other people's nervous systems, either entraining them into harmony or dissonance. When your field is elevated, radiating gratitude, love, certainty, it can begin to pull others into coherence without touch, without conversation, and sometimes even without proximity. That's because your field is not local. It's quantum. And if you hold focus on a specific person, situation, or interaction from a place of inner coherence, you can influence that target remotely. Here's what remote influence is not: mind control, emotional manipulation, energetic bypassing. You cannot and should not force outcomes. What you can do is create an environment energetically that makes a higher outcome more likely. You become the field carrier. You hold the signal. You offer the invitation. Their system, consciously or not, can then resonate with your field. If it chooses to. That's influence, not imposition. Here's how to apply this. Let's say there's someone in your life stuck in fear. You want to help, but words fail. They're resistant, guarded, reactive. Try this. Step 1. Picture them in your heart. See their face, not their pain, their essence. The light beneath the fear. Step 2. Enter deep coherence. Use breath. Regulate your system. Bring in gratitude. Not for them, for the field itself. Feel peace. Step 3. Send them a signal. Not a thought, a feeling. Imagine wrapping them in acceptance, safety, trust. Say silently, I see your wholeness. I trust your path. I send you coherence. Step 4. Let go. Do not track their response. You're not playing energetic puppet master. You're broadcasting. Whether they tune in or not is their freedom. But your field has now offered a bridge. And sometimes, that's all it takes. This works in professional settings too. Before a negotiation, before a meeting, before an interview. Send coherence ahead of you. Visualize the person or room filled with openness, mutual respect, and solution-oriented clarity. Hold no agenda, only resonance. This isn't wishful thinking. It's field entrainment. If your vibration is clean and strong, it will be felt before you speak. You've already shaped the interaction energetically. You can also influence events, not by trying to make something happen, but by broadcasting a frequency of smooth flow, positive resolution, and highest outcome. For example, before a performance, project calm into the venue. Before travel, send harmony into the journey. Before a difficult call, fill the energetic space with understanding. Again, no manipulation, only alignment. You're creating a field template for reality to organize around. And more often than not, it does. There's one more layer: energetic protection. Remote influence also works in reverse. People may project stress, doubt, or fear onto you, intentionally or not. Your job is to maintain sovereignty. Before entering charged situations, visualize a coherent shield around you. Activate your heart. Say, I hold my signal. Only coherence influences me. This isn't defensiveness. It's integrity. Your frequency is sacred. Protect it as you would protect your most valuable asset, because it is. Remote influence is subtle mastery. It's silent leadership. It's service without self-importance. It's creation through coherence, even when no one knows you're doing it. This is how true change happens, not by force but by resonance. You now carry a field strong enough to affect people without touch. And what if that field could remain active while you sleep? Next, we will reveal how the dream state is not downtime, but a powerful creative portal where your energy never stops broadcasting. You've now learned to influence the world remotely, using your coherent field to silently touch outcomes, align people, and amplify your desired realities. But now, we turn to a space where most people surrender power completely. The dream state, the hours when your conscious mind retreats, and your subconscious becomes the primary broadcaster. Most people treat sleep as recovery, rest for the body, a nightly blackout. But what if sleep is not absence, but opportunity? What if your dreams are not random images, but energetic workshops? In the hours when your ego sleeps, your field doesn't vanish. It expands. Your thoughts don't disappear. They broadcast without resistance. And the frequencies you carry into the dream state shape more than imagination. They program probability. Tonight, as you close your eyes, your brain will enter cycles of delta and theta, slow, deep, rhythmic waves. Your body will release control. Your sense of separation will dissolve. And during that transition, your field becomes extraordinarily suggestible. Whatever frequency you last held before sleep becomes your dominant signal for hours. Not minutes, hours. This is the open window most people miss. So let's learn how to use it. Your dream state is not fiction. It's an altered field state. During sleep, your brain's filters go quiet. The default mode network, responsible for self-referencing doubt identity, shuts down. This creates access to what? The subconscious, the quantum, the blueprint beneath physical form. Your dreams aren't just memories or metaphors. They're signals, interpretations of your electromagnetic field, visualized by the brain while the body sleeps. And more importantly, your emotional state before sleep determines the direction of that dream signal. If you go to bed angry, your subconscious rehearses conflict. If you fall asleep in gratitude, your field tunes to abundance. If you visualize love before rest, your energy holds that magnetism while you sleep. And because the field is non-local, your sleeping signal broadcasts. Let's make this practical. You don't need to control your dreams. You don't need lucid dreaming, although that's a powerful tool. You simply need to entrain your frequency before you cross into unconsciousness. Here's the method. Step 1. Pre-sleep coherence. About 15 minutes before bed, disengage from all stimulation, screens, noise, emotional triggers. Close your eyes. Begin slow breathing, ideally 5-second inhales, 5-second exhales. Feel your heartbeat. Generate a simple elevated emotion. appreciation, peace, or joy. This puts your body in heart-brain coherence. Step 2. Activate a dream intent. Now choose one intention. Not 5. Just one reality you want to incubate during sleep. Examples. I wake with clarity about my next step. My body heals and regenerates overnight. The solution I need will arrive by morning. Say it mentally or write it by hand. This isn't scripting, it's seeding. Step 3. Visualize the desired feeling. Not the goal, the emotional signature of already having it. Feel the version of you who already lives it. Smile gently. Let your body receive that version as true. Then drift. Let sleep come naturally. No force. No analysis. Just sleep with the field tuned. What happens next? Your subconscious takes the wheel. But unlike during waking hours, it now operates without your interference. It runs the frequency you last loaded, like background music looping overnight. And during deep REM phases, the mind constructs images, sequences, and symbols, all shaped by that underlying field. Sometimes these dreams will be vivid, sometimes fragmented. That doesn't matter. What matters is the vibration you held while your filters were open. This is when programming happens. This is when alignment becomes automatic. You can also use post-dream awareness to guide your day. Upon waking, ask, what feelings linger? What symbols repeated? Did any clarity or insight arise? Write for 5 minutes. This practice helps your conscious mind bridge the energy of your dream field into waking awareness. And when that bridge is stable, your signal becomes consistent, day and night. Let's take it one level deeper. If you're manifesting a new identity, a healed self, a prosperous version, a confident speaker, a loving partner, imagine dreaming as that version. This is powerful, because while dreaming, your sense of I is malleable. You can rehearse new emotional realities without ego resistance. This deepens embodiment. The field reads embodiment, not words. So if you want the new version to arrive faster, start dreaming from it, not toward it. Feel its world, live in its skin, even in sleep. Dream state manifesting is subtle mastery. It's not about dream control. It's about field saturation. What you sleep with becomes your signal. Your last thought before bed is your strongest broadcast to the quantum field. So make it coherent. Make it magnetic. Make it yours. But what if you could go further and reprogram belief systems while you sleep? Not just influence outcomes, but install new identities, frequencies, and emotional blueprints effortlessly. Next, we will unlock the next level. Energetic reprogramming while you sleep. You now understand that sleep is not just rest. It's a dynamic energetic window. A time when your field remains active, your filters are down, and your subconscious is wide open. You've practiced dream state coherence. You've begun seeding intentions into your nightly field. But now we shift from dreaming to reprogramming. You're not just watching dreams. You're installing new patterns. And unlike traditional mental affirmations, which often get blocked by doubt, sleep bypasses your inner gatekeeper. You don't have to convince yourself. You only have to entrain your field. Let's break down how to consciously reprogram your energy blueprint while you sleep. First, let's understand the mechanics of reprogramming. Your belief systems, both conscious and unconscious, are stored in your subconscious field. They are not mental files. They are vibrational patterns anchored by repetition, emotion, identity. Most of these were formed before age 7, when your brain lived mostly in theta, the same frequency range as deep meditation and early sleep stages. Why does this matter? Because the subconscious learns best in theta. That's when your mind is suggestible, your emotional defenses are relaxed, and your field is open to reconditioning. And what's the easiest way to access theta? Sleep. Specifically, the transitional phase between wakefulness and sleep. It's called hypnagogia, the doorway between conscious thought and unconscious integration. This is your prime reprogramming window. Let's make this practical. To reprogram while sleeping, you'll use a simple protocol that combines pre-sleep emotional coherence, audio entrainment, subconscious scripting. Step 1. Choose one core identity upgrade. This is not a to-do list. You're choosing a frequency you want to become. Examples: I am effortlessly abundant. My body is a radiant self-healing system. I trust life and act with confidence. Make it singular, focused, vibrational. Step 2. Create or select audio affirmations. Record your own voice or use coherent audios designed for subconscious delivery. The language should be present tense, emotionally charged, first person. Example: every cell in my body is responding to love. I create value with ease, and abundance flows naturally. Play these softly during the first 30 to 60 minutes of sleep, or on loop throughout the night if it doesn't disturb rest. Step 3. Pair with binaural beats or theta tones. These audio frequencies support your brain's natural descent into theta and delta states. They deepen absorption. You're not listening actively. You're saturating the field. Let the frequencies do the work. Step 4. Prime emotion before sleep. Remember, emotion equals signal strength. Before you press play, enter heart coherence using breath. Feel the identity you're installing. Smile gently. Anchor the energy. Then lie down and begin audio playback. Let the voice, the frequency, and the emotional field install the new pattern. This process bypasses your ego. You're not trying to believe it consciously. You're not trying to force change. You're offering your subconscious a coherent frequency over and over until it becomes familiar. The subconscious doesn't know the difference between real and imagined. It knows repetition plus emotion. That's what writes new programs. And as the program changes, so does your field. And as your field changes, so does your world. Now let's talk timing. Reprogramming happens best during the hypnagogic phase, first 20 minutes after lying down. During early REM, about 90 minutes into sleep. During deep sleep if audio is subtle and non-disruptive. You don't need to track this. Just stay consistent. Repeat the process nightly for at least 21 days. This builds field momentum. You can also pair this with morning integration. Upon waking, stay silent for 2 minutes. Let the previous night's identity seed settle. Don't rush into your old patterns. Journal anything that arises spontaneously. Then affirm, "This is who I am now." This seals the pattern into both your subconscious and your conscious broadcast. You're not just rewiring the mind. You're recalibrating the field. And that's where manifestation begins. You may begin to notice subtle shifts. You speak with more ease. You respond instead of react. You feel differently about money, love, your body. Opportunities show up, aligned with the new pattern. These are not coincidences. They are reflections of your upgraded field. Your new identity is no longer a wish. It's a broadcast, and you installed it while you slept. Sleep is sacred. It's not a pause. It's a portal. And now you're using it not to escape but to rebuild. But what if you could begin your day not with randomness, but with ritual? Next, we will unlock the morning magnetic ritual and show you how to launch your day with a frequency so strong, the world bends around it. You've now discovered the immense creative power of your dream state. You've learned how to plant intentions into the subconscious, how to saturate your field with new identity frequencies, and how to reprogram reality, all while you sleep. But sleep is only half the equation, because as your eyes open, your field activates. And how you begin your day determines how your energy organizes. Most people wake up into noise. They reach for their phone. They scan for problems. They re-enter the world unconsciously. And without realizing it, they immediately reconnect with the old frequency, the identity, emotions, and limitations of yesterday. But this is your pivot point, because in those first minutes after waking, your brain is still in theta alpha transition. You're not fully in ego yet. The field is soft, and what you do in this window either magnifies your magnetic power or dilutes it completely. Welcome to the morning magnetic ritual. Not a routine, not a checklist, but a deliberate sequence of energetic ignition. This is how you set the tone, the signal, and the charge for your entire day. Let's build it. This ritual has one goal: to bring your field into coherence, clarity, and command before the world enters your awareness. Because if you wait until stress finds you, you're reacting. But if you broadcast first, reality adjusts to you. Your intention becomes the dominant wave, and everything else responds. So we start here. Step 1, wake without noise. No phone, no alerts, no external input for at least the first 10 to 20 minutes. Why? Because your brain is still highly impressionable. Anything you expose it to becomes energetic fuel. Start with silence. Let the field remain clean. Step 2, tune to gratitude before movement. Before you leave the bed, place one hand on your heart. Breathe in slowly through the nose. Exhale softly. Then, without forcing, feel one simple thing you're grateful for. Can be your breath, a memory, possibility, a feeling of rest. Let that gratitude rise. Hold it for at least 2 minutes. This elevates your frequency immediately. Your body shifts from cortisol, stress, to oxytocin, coherence. You are now magnetically charged. Step 3. Declare your identity. Now speak quietly or mentally your current identity frequency. Not what you hope for, what you are broadcasting. Example, I am a grounded creator, magnetic to clarity and aligned outcomes. My presence shapes my reality. Today flows with ease because I command the field. Speak it with zero tension. Let it be a frequency, not a sentence. You're not trying to convince. You're activating. Step 4. Activate the future memory. Next, bring into your mind a future moment that already exists in your field. Visualize it from within. Feel the emotion of it. Joy, peace, excitement, awe. See your hands, your surroundings, the reactions of others. Spend 3 to 5 minutes experiencing it. This isn't dreaming. It's energetic recall of a timeline you've already entangled with. The more vividly you feel it, the stronger the signal you broadcast. And the sooner that version of reality organizes around you. Step 5. Breathe into power. Now sit upright. Inhale deeply, hold for 4 seconds. Exhale slow and smooth. Repeat for 3 minutes. You're creating rhythm. And rhythm equals field structure. Your breath is your energetic metronome. And as you breathe, silently affirm, this is my field. I generate frequency. I lead reality. These aren't mantras. They're commands. Step 6. Move the body with awareness. Before jumping into tasks, stretch or move gently. Walk slowly. Touch the floor mindfully. Let your body know that today is not a reaction, it's a transmission. This reconnects your intention with your physiology. Your muscles and fascia become aligned with your field. Movement is frequency in form. Even 2 minutes of embodied awareness sets a magnetic tone. Step 7. Choose one energetic word. Before speaking to anyone, choose one energetic word to guide the day. Clarity, grace, velocity, boldness, harmony. Say, today, I carry the frequency of understanding. Let that word shape your tone, decisions, and responses. You're not making choices randomly anymore. You're broadcasting on purpose. This entire ritual can take 15 minutes, or it can expand to an hour. You can adapt it, but never skip it, because once you begin the day unconsciously, the field defaults to yesterday's script. You are now a field-based creator. You don't wait to see what kind of day it is. You tune it, and when your morning starts in coherence, the world starts responding to a signal it can't ignore. But how else can you charge your field? Beyond thought? Beyond stillness? Next, we will awaken your most underrated superpower, breath, the electromagnetic fuel you're carrying all day long. You've now mastered your mornings. You've turned the waking hours into a magnetic launchpad, consciously choosing identity, frequency, and direction. But beneath all of that, there's one tool you've been using unconsciously every minute. Breath. Not as a survival mechanism, but as a field-charging fuel source. It's not just oxygen. It's electromagnetic movement. And when used consciously, breath becomes your most powerful and immediate method to shift your vibration, enter coherence, electrify intention, clear emotional residue, broadcast with precision. The lungs are more than filters, they're conductors, and breath, when shaped intentionally, becomes a tool for energy ignition. Let's unlock this living current. Start with this truth. Every time you inhale, you draw in more than air. You're pulling in potential. On the quantum level, you're absorbing charge, subtle electromagnetic and scalar fields from the environment. And on every exhale, you're not just releasing carbon dioxide. You're broadcasting frequency. Your breath literally expands and contracts your electromagnetic field. And when you add emotional charge and mental focus to that breath, it becomes magnetic propulsion. Your body becomes a pulsing transmitter. Your thoughts carry more wattage. Your feelings gain momentum. This is not symbolic. This is energetic architecture. Let's feel it now. Close your eyes. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Exhale for 6. Feel the energy expand as you inhale. Feel your body soften and open as you hold. Feel your field broadcast outward as you exhale. Do this for just 3 minutes and your heart rate variability changes. Your cortisol lowers. Your brain waves shift from beta, stress, to alpha/theta, creative state, and your energetic charge increases. All from breath. Let's now look at breath as amplifier. You've been focusing on thoughts and emotions, but if your breathing is shallow, erratic, or unconscious, your field remains weak. Even with great thoughts, even with beautiful intentions, breath is the carrier wave of emotion. If emotion is voltage, breath is the wire, and the quality of that wire determines how much power flows. Want to feel love more strongly? Breathe into it. Want to stabilize confidence? Anchor it with breath. Want to send healing? Attach it to your exhale. This is conscious respiration, and it's how energetic masters charge their entire field in real time. Now, let's explore some simple breath protocols for specific energetic purposes. 1. For immediate coherence. Inhale 5 seconds, exhale 5 seconds. Repeat for 5 minutes. Purpose: stabilize HRV, calm the nervous system, balance the field. 2. For energy and activation. Inhale quickly through the nose, 2 seconds. Exhale forcefully through the mouth. Repeat 20 times. Then hold breath for 15 seconds. Purpose: increase bioelectric energy and mental clarity. 3. For emotional clearing. Deep inhale through the nose, 6 seconds. Long, audible sigh through the mouth, 8 seconds. Visualize stagnant energy leaving the body. Repeat 7 times. 4. For magnetizing intention. Inhale while visualizing your desire entering the body. Hold and feel gratitude. Exhale and send the intention into the field. Repeat with visualization and emotion. These are not just relaxation techniques. They're field tools. Each breath becomes an action, a frequency operation. There's more. Your breath influences your posture, your thoughts, and your cellular response. Shallow breath, your body interprets danger. Long, steady breath, your system receives safety. And when your body feels safe, your electromagnetic field becomes stable. And stability equals signal strength. If you want to become magnetic, you must breathe like a magnet, centered, deliberate, charged. In high states of emotion, joy, anger, grief, always return to breath, not to suppress, to conduct. Emotion without breath becomes trapped. Emotion with breath becomes energy in motion. Feel the difference. You're not avoiding pain. You're metabolizing it. You're not escaping tension. You're transmuting it through conscious exhalation. That's real power. Finally, let's anchor this. Breath is your constant access point to the field. You don't need a mantra, a coach, or a script. You need oxygen plus attention plus intention. That's it. When you claim the breath, you claim the field. When you claim the field, you claim creation. But breath is not the only physical input that carries charge. Next, we will explore how movement, conscious physical expression, unlocks magnetic coherence and embodied manifestation. You've now learned to charge your field through breath, to turn every inhale into a pull of potential and every exhale into a broadcast of power. But breath is only one dimension of energetic flow. The next, and often neglected, is movement. You walk, you stretch, you gesture, but do you move consciously? Do you recognize that every motion you make is not just physical, it's a wave in the field? That your posture, your gestures, your very way of standing or walking emits a signature? You are not just a thinker, not just a breather. You are a moving field. And when movement is used with intention, when it becomes rhythmic, fluid, coherent, your electromagnetic output doesn't just increase. It organizes. It magnetizes. It heals. This is more than exercise. This is kinetic frequency. Let's begin with the body's blueprint. Your cells don't just respond to food or thought, they respond to mechanical signaling. When you stretch a muscle, when you twist your spine, when you press your foot into the ground, you're creating waves of pressure and motion that ripple through fascia, nervous system, lymph, and field. These movements carry emotion. They also release it. Stagnation, physically and energetically, is the source of most stuck frequencies. When the body doesn't move, energy can't process. Emotion becomes sediment. Field coherence drops. Magnetism weakens. That's why movement matters, not just for health, but for manifestation. Because a still field with stuck emotion can't magnetize cleanly. But a flowing field? It hums, pulses. It pulls outcomes into alignment. Let's explore movement as a field activator. You're not doing this for calories. You're moving to activate specific energetic states. Each motion, done with awareness, becomes an amplifier of thought, emotion, and intention. Here are key categories of energetic movement. 1. Grounding movement. Slow walks barefoot on natural ground. Deep squats and spinal flexion. Rocking side to side while standing or seated. Purpose. Connects your body's field with the Earth's magnetic pulse. Schumann resonance. Stabilizes anxious energy and promotes safety. 2. Ascending movement. Arm lifts overhead. Jumping in place. Expansive chest openings. Purpose. Opens the energetic field vertically. Elevates vibration. Useful for activating joy, vision, or momentum. 3. Rhythmic flowing movement. Circular arm motions. Swaying side to side. Freeform dance or intuitive swaying. Purpose. Harmonizes emotional energy. Helps process grief, love, compassion. Excellent for coherence. For power movement. Firm stomps. Fist pumps. Martial arts style strikes. Purpose. Clears stagnation. Activates willpower and inner fire. Excellent for confidence and boundary setting. Each of these patterns, when performed consciously, doesn't just move the body. It moves your signal. Let's now connect movement with intention. Imagine this. You're manifesting clarity. You begin pacing slowly, one step per breath. With each step, you say internally, I move with clarity. You lift your head. You swing your arms wide. You open your chest. Suddenly, your posture becomes a transmitter. Your movement is no longer just kinetic, it's electromagnetic. You're embodying the future signal. And that's when the field begins responding. Because the field doesn't respond to what you think. It responds to what you are. And you become what you move like. Here's a simple daily practice. The movement magnet ritual. Stand barefoot. Feel the ground. Slight bend in knees. Close your eyes. Set an emotional target. Pick one elevated feeling: gratitude, love, clarity, power. Let the body express it. Don't choreograph. Let the feeling guide your motion. Flow for 3 to 5 minutes. Pair with breath and mental image. As you move, inhale emotion, exhale into your field. See the outcome you want as if it's already surrounding you. End in stillness. Let the frequency settle. Feel it reverberate. Do this consistently, and your body becomes the broadcaster. The field can't ignore you when you're vibrating from every direction. Movement also purges. Emotion is stored in joints, hips, spine, jaw. A single deep stretch, performed with breath and intention, can release years of stagnant emotion. That's not exaggeration. It's neuromyofascial reality. So move deliberately. Stretch your past out of your tissues. Shake off inherited programs. Dance your future into your spine. Your body remembers your field, but you have to remind it. And here's a bonus. Your field is not fixed. It updates constantly based on how you feel, breathe, and move. If you've been sitting for hours, your signal weakens. Just 3 minutes of rhythmic, conscious motion resets your field. Try this. Stand up now. Roll your shoulders back. Swing your arms in a circle. Take 3 deep breaths. Say internally, I create through my movement. Feel the shift. It's real. You're not just thinking the new version of yourself. You're moving it into form. You're physically sculpting your electromagnetic broadcast. But what if what you eat also carries frequency? Next, we will reveal how your nutrition choices either build or break the coherence of your field, and how to eat for maximum energetic alignment. So far, you've learned how your thoughts, breath, sleep, and movement all contribute to your field. Each one is a frequency source. Each one alters your electromagnetic broadcast. But now we confront something more primal and often more misunderstood. Food. Because food is not just fuel. It's vibration. Every bite you take carries a frequency, determined by its origin, composition, processing, and your awareness while consuming it. And that frequency integrates into your body's biofield. Which means, you're not just what you eat. You're what your field absorbs from what you eat. And if your diet is incoherent, processed, toxic, rushed, disconnected, your field becomes chaotic. Manifestation weakens. Intuition dulls. Magnetism fades. But when food becomes frequency aligned, everything sharpens. Let's learn how to eat energetically. First, understand this. Your electromagnetic field is generated largely through heart rhythm, brainwave coherence, cellular voltage. Food influences all three. How? Glucose stability affects brainwave patterns. Spikes and crashes create erratic signal patterns. Mineral balance influences heart rhythm and voltage potential. Magnesium, potassium, and sodium directly impact the field's strength. Enzymatic activity supports clean digestion, which clears stagnation in the gut, your second brain, and energetic processor. In short, clean food equals clean voltage. Chaotic food equals distorted field. So now we ask, is your food adding to your magnetism or subtracting from it? Let's now explore the 3 field properties of food. 1. Electromagnetic integrity. Fresh, raw, minimally processed foods retain natural charge. Highly processed, dead, or irradiated foods lack coherence. 2. Resonance with your body. Not all healthy food is energetically compatible. Tune into how food makes you feel 30 minutes after eating, clear or heavy. 3. Emotional and environmental charge. Food absorbs emotion. If it's made in stress, it carries stress. If you eat in stress, you digest stress. This is real and measurable. Kirlian photography has shown how the energy field of food changes based on intention and preparation. So eating mindfully with love, gratitude, and presence literally charges the meal. Let's now design a field-friendly plate. Base: fresh vegetables, greens, cruciferous root, rich in minerals and live enzymes, grounding plus cleansing. Power source: clean proteins, lentils, wild fish, eggs. Support cellular repair, strong voltage, and sustained charge. Fat fuel: avocado, olive oil, nuts. Insulate nerves, promote brain field stability. Hydration: spring water, herbal infusions. Enhance cellular flow, field clarity. Extras: fermented foods, dark berries, spices. Increase gut-brain coherence and antioxidant protection. Notice what's missing? Refined sugars, artificial anything, microwave death. You're feeding the field, not just the flesh. Now, your mindset while eating matters as much as the meal. When you eat in distraction, fragmented field, anxiety, cortisol, digestion, gratitude, coherence, presence, integration. So practice this, the coherence meal ritual. Pause before eating. Place hands over heart and belly. Feel breath. Express gratitude, out loud or mentally. This food builds my field. Eat slowly. Chew consciously. Feel the textures. Taste deeply. Breathe. Pause between bites. Inhale to integrate. Finish with stillness. Let the energy settle. Smile. Don't rush off. This takes just minutes and transforms your digestion into a field-building act. And now, a deeper truth. Your cravings are often frequency messages. If you crave salt, you may need grounding. Sugar, you may lack emotional sweetness. Crunch, you may need internal certainty. Heat/spice, you may want momentum. Your food cravings reflect vibrational gaps. Listen, then fill those gaps with both nutrition and coherence. Finally, be kind. Food guilt is incoherence. Don't shame what you ate. Observe how it made you feel. Update the signal next time. You're not on a diet. You're designing a magnetic field. Eat like a conscious transmitter, because what you consume becomes what you broadcast. But what about what you drink? Next, we will reveal the most misunderstood and powerful conductor of all, water, the conscious conductor of thought. You've now tuned your field through food, recognizing that every bite carries a charge, a frequency, and a broadcast value. But there is a substance even more fundamental to your energetic structure than what you eat. Water, not for hydration alone, but as a conscious conductor, a mirror of your thoughts, a carrier of intention, and a programmable liquid crystal that shapes the electromagnetic architecture of your entire being. Water is not passive. It listens, it responds, and it records. What if the water you drink every day is imprinting your beliefs back into your body? What if the thoughts you think near water or before consuming it become energetic instructions that your cells then obey? This is no longer speculation. This is the frontier of bioenergetics and quantum biology. Water is more than a molecule. It's a medium, and when you learn to engage with it as a living structure, it becomes one of the most powerful allies in your conscious creation toolkit. Let's begin. Your body is over 70% water. Your brain is closer to 80%. Your blood, your lymph, your saliva, your fascia all carry water as the primary medium of information transport. But what kind of information? Not just minerals or oxygen. Water absorbs and transmits energy. It records electromagnetic patterns. It responds to frequency, and it does so instantly. This has been demonstrated in multiple ways, from sound vibration experiments to the famous frozen crystal studies. But you don't need lab equipment to feel it. You need only intention, because intention changes the structure of water, and that structure changes how your body receives it. In Dr. Masaru Emoto's water crystal experiments, water samples were exposed to words, thoughts, music, and images, then frozen and photographed under magnification. The results? Water exposed to love, gratitude, and peaceful music formed intricate, symmetrical crystals. Water exposed to hatred, anger, or chaotic frequencies formed distorted, fragmented patterns. This suggests water is not just reflecting its environment, it's being imprinted by it. And since your body is made of this imprintable substance, every thought you think near water, every feeling you carry while drinking, becomes a download into your cells. This changes everything. Now, hydration is no longer mechanical. It's intentional programming. Here's how to begin. 1. Charge your water before drinking. Hold your glass or bottle with both hands. Close your eyes. Breathe into your heart. Silently speak a phrase. I infuse this water with clarity, vitality, and light. This water carries coherence into every cell of my body. Hold that vibration for 10 to 15 seconds. Drink slowly. Feel the difference. You've just informed the water, and the water is now informing you. 2. Speak to stored water. Water in your fridge, your pitcher, or even your shower reservoir can be structured. Write a word or phrase on the container. Healing, peace, wealth, love. Let that word sit against the vessel. Over hours, the water absorbs its frequency. This is not superstition. This is structural entrainment. Molecules align with the field around them, and you are creating that field. 3. Use movement to activate. Swirling water in one direction, especially clockwise, can increase its coherence. Why? Because movement aligns the hydrogen bonding structure. This mimics the way water flows in nature, in spirals, vortexes, and living curves. Use a spoon, a crystal, or your intention. Spin it, bless it, then consume. Now the water is alive. 4. Use sound to elevate. Sound frequencies, when played near water, affect its vibrational structure. 432 Hz promotes healing and cellular repair. 528 Hz is called the love frequency. 639 Hz supports connection and relationships. Play these tones during water preparation. Let the molecules harmonize. Then drink or even bathe in that frequency. You can also infuse water with visualization. As you drink, visualize the water carrying intention. Into your brain, clarity. Into your heart, love. Into your muscles, power. Into your skin, radiance. Let the act of drinking become a ritual, not a task, a transmission. What about showering or bathing? Water touching your skin is still carrying frequency, so use that contact wisely. As the water runs, release old thoughts, invite new intentions, bless the flow, speak as it pours. This water cleanses all that does not serve. I am refreshed with new energy now. Simple, precise, magnetic. You're not washing. You're recalibrating. Now combine this with gratitude. Before your first sip each morning, pause. Thank the water. Say, thank you for carrying light through me. You may feel silly at first, but the water doesn't care. It responds. And soon, so will your reality, because your electromagnetic field reads everything you do. And the more coherence you place in your smallest rituals, the more your life vibrates in alignment. But how else can belief shape biology? If water can carry thought, what else can? Next, we will explore the most potent proof that the mind controls the field, the placebo and nocebo, belief as electromagnetic command. You've now mastered the art of infusing water with thought, turning every sip into an electromagnetic broadcast of your chosen frequency. But this raises an even deeper question. If water can be charged with intention, what about you? What about your beliefs? Your expectations? Your assumptions about reality? Are these not fields too? And if so, could your very belief be the strongest medicine or the most damaging toxin? Enter two of the most documented and misunderstood phenomena in all of medicine: placebo and nocebo. Placebo, a positive outcome created purely by belief in the effectiveness of a treatment, even if that treatment is inert. Nocebo, a negative outcome created purely by belief that something will harm you, even if it's harmless. These effects don't require real intervention, only real expectation, which means belief is not a passive mental state. It's a field command, a signal that tells your cells, your chemistry, and your environment, this is what's real. Let's decode how and why that works. Placebo effects are not rare. They are not fringe. They are so common that clinical trials are built around them. In countless studies, people taking sugar pills or receiving fake surgeries report pain relief, immune response, mood improvement, organ function shifts, even tumor regression. Why? Because they believed they were being healed. And that belief triggered the physiological blueprint of healing. But here's the quantum angle. Belief is not just a mental conviction. It's a vibrational output. It shifts the frequency of the body. It organizes energy into new structure. It informs DNA, hormones, immune function, all without a single chemical input. That's not just psychology. It's electromagnetic instruction. Now look at the shadow, nocebo. Patients told a harmless substance is dangerous may experience nausea, headaches, anxiety, skin rashes, organ disruption, all from thought, all from expectation. The belief in harm creates real biochemical cascades. Cortisol spikes, inflammation increases, coherence collapses, and the field destabilizes, not because something is wrong, but because something was believed to be. This is not imagination. This is field manipulation initiated by your own mind. So now ask, what beliefs are you holding about your body, your finances, your relationships, your aging, your limits? Are these beliefs acting as placebos or nocebos? Are you expecting healing or preparing for struggle? Because either way, your field obeys. Let's make this precise. Every belief contains a story. This is what happens to people like me. An emotion, usually fear or confidence. A repetition, often unconscious and habitual. These three elements shape your electromagnetic expectation. And expectation equals field instruction. So even without trying to manifest, you are already issuing commands. Every moment. Through belief. You don't need to fake belief. You need to reshape the input. Here's how. 1. Identify a hidden nocebo. Example. Money is always hard to earn. Pause. Feel the emotional charge. Ask, where did I first accept this as true? You're now facing a field instruction. 2. Neutralize with coherence. Enter heart breathing. Inhale slowly. Exhale while repeating, that was then. This is now. I command new signal. Feel your system soften. 3. Install new placebo code. Say, I trust that my field reflects abundance now. My body remembers health and returns to it easily. These are not affirmations. They are field blueprints. Placebo is not deception. It's revelation. It reveals how powerful your expectations already are. What if you used that power consciously? What if every belief you held was an amplifier, not a blocker? What if your words became medicine? What if your emotional certainty was the pill? What if your self-image was the real prescription? You don't need more information. You need more energetic alignment between belief and biology. That's when healing becomes natural. That's when outcomes follow you. That's when the universe starts obeying your signal. But can this actually affect the body directly to heal pain, reverse disease, or restore balance? Next, we will explore the practical power of tuning your body with energetic precision. Healing the body through frequency. You've now seen how belief alone can change biology. You've understood how placebo and nocebo aren't accidents. They're energetic commands issued through expectation, faith, and subconscious alignment. Now we step into application. You're not here to just observe how energy heals. You're here to do it, to understand and then practice the precise energetic techniques that restore the body, not with chemicals or surgeries, but with field coherence. Because the body doesn't heal from the outside. It heals when the field is corrected. All disease, all inflammation, all imbalance are distortions in energetic rhythm. They begin as information errors and eventually appear as tissue dysfunction. Correct the energetic blueprint, and the tissue follows. This is how real, measurable, repeatable healing happens through frequency. Let's begin. First, return to this truth. Your body is not a mechanical machine. It's an intelligent field of light and vibration. Cells communicate via bioelectric pulses, biophotons, light emissions, frequency fields from the heart and brain. Every organ, every system, every cell has a resonant frequency. When that frequency is disrupted through trauma, toxins, stress, or beliefs, symptoms appear. But when you restore that frequency, healing begins, no matter how long it's been. Let's explore the foundational healing blueprint. 1. Awareness of distortion. Every chronic issue begins as a subtle misalignment, often unnoticed. You may feel off long before pain shows up. This is the energetic system whispering. Example: joint stiffness equals trapped emotion. Gut issues equals control or anxiety frequency. Chronic fatigue equals depleted coherence. Your body speaks in sensations, but your field speaks first and clearest through emotion. Ask, where am I energetically incoherent? 2. Breath-based field recalibration. You've learned breath as fuel. Now, use it as medicine. Choose the affected area. Place your hand over it. Breathe into it slowly. Inhale 6 seconds. Exhale 8 seconds. Visualize light entering the cells. Say, I return this area to perfect rhythm. Do this for 10 minutes daily. Your attention plus breath equals field correction. This isn't visualization. It's bioresonant retraining. 3. Coherent heart activation. All healing is amplified when the heart is involved. Sit upright. Close your eyes. Recall a memory of deep love or appreciation. Breathe through your heart. Feel the warmth grow. Now send that feeling to the area in need. Flood it with coherence. This creates emotional entrainment. The field of the heart is 5,000 times stronger than the brain. It can override cellular chaos. 4. Frequency sound therapy, optional. Use frequencies designed to support healing. 174 Hz, pain relief. 285 Hz, cellular regeneration. 528 Hz, DNA repair and transformation. 639 Hz, heart field expansion. 852 Hz, spiritual integration. Play these near the body or during meditation. Let your cells tune themselves. Remember, frequency is instruction. 5. Clear emotional residue. Most chronic symptoms hold emotional memory. Use movement or stillness to let that residue exit. Try this. Sit in silence. Place your hands on the symptom. Ask internally, what emotion is stored here? Listen without analysis. When it arises, exhale it out audibly. Repeat until the body softens. You're not fighting disease. You're releasing trapped frequency. 6. Daily field hygiene. Healing doesn't happen in chaos. Create a field environment that nurtures coherence. Reduce EMF exposure where possible. Play nature sounds or solfeggio tones. Sit in sunlight at least 10 minutes daily. Eat real, living food. Speak words of truth and alignment. These aren't lifestyle tips. They are field hygiene rituals. When the field is clean, the body organizes itself into health. Now let's get specific. Here's a brief mapping of symptoms to frequency patterns. Headaches, overprocessing, mental overload, solution. Silence, grounding, lower chakra tones. Back pain, unsupported frequency, solution. Movement, core breathwork, root chakra activation. Skin issues, boundary confusion, solution. Emotional clarity, solar plexus coherence. Gut issues, fear/control, solution. Safe breathwork, love infusion, abdominal massage. Fatigue, leaky field, solution. Morning magnetism, hydration with intent, coherence restoration. The body is not malfunctioning. It's signaling where the field is weak. Your job is not to cure. Your job is to strengthen the signal. Healing follows. Always. You now have the tools: breath, sound, emotion, movement, awareness. Together, they create the frequency matrix of healing. Use them not randomly, but deliberately, and watch the body respond. But perhaps you're wondering, is this all anecdotal? Does this actually work beyond theory? Next, we will share what you've been waiting for: real stories of quantum healing and manifestation. Undeniable evidence that electromagnetic miracles aren't fantasy. They're happening now. You now understand the science. You've studied the mechanics. You've practiced the rituals, breathwork, coherence, and energetic alignment. But still, there's a part of the mind that asks, is this real? Can this kind of field-based transformation actually produce tangible, visible, verifiable change? Not in theory, not in metaphor, but in actual results? Let's answer that not with concepts, but with real-world transformations. What you're about to explore are not fantasies. They're documented, specific, and direct demonstrations of electromagnetic healing and manifestation. Each story is a testament to what happens when coherence becomes consistent and belief becomes embodied. You won't be given names or testimonials for effect. You'll be shown the mechanics, what changed, why it changed, and how the field responded. Because the stories aren't about people. They're about the power available to you right now. Case 1: The disappearing tumor. A woman had been diagnosed with a 3.5 centimeters tumor in her uterus. Scheduled for surgery, she spent 21 consecutive days practicing two things only: heart-brain coherence, 15 minutes, 2x daily. Focused visualization of her cells returning to harmony. Her visualization wasn't metaphorical. She saw her cells aligning, the tissue softening, and the growth dissolving. She paired each session with breath and emotion, gratitude for a healed body. On the 22nd day, her follow-up scan showed no sign of the tumor. 0. Doctors labeled it spontaneous regression. But the truth? Frequency restoration. Case 2. Chronic pain reversed through thought alone. A man had suffered with back pain for 12 years. No structural damage. No visible injury. Multiple doctors, therapists, and medications, no relief. He began a simple practice. Each morning, he imagined light flooding his spine. He repeated, "I am pain-free. My spine is strong. My nervous system is synchronized." He did this with slow breathing and emotional conviction, 10 minutes a day. After 14 days, the pain vanished permanently. Why? The electromagnetic narrative of pain was dissolved. His field rewrote the story, and the body followed. Case 3: Financial collapse to overflow in 90 days. A self-employed creator faced a financial shutdown. No income for months. Mounting debt. Panic rising. Instead of strategy, she focused entirely on field recalibration. She stopped chasing opportunities. She began each day with 10 minutes of future memory, 5 minutes of coherent breath, one powerful statement: money flows through my magnetic field without resistance. Within 3 weeks, unexpected projects arrived. By 90 days, her income tripled from her previous high. This wasn't hustle. It was energetic permission. Her field changed. So money arrived. Case 4: From isolation to true love. A man had not been in a relationship for 6 years. He described himself as invisible to women and deeply unworthy. He began frequency work, not on dating, but on emotional resonance. Each night before sleep, he rehearsed the feeling of being loved, imagined being seen fully, joyfully, slept in the vibration of connection. By week 5, he met someone in a spontaneous encounter. By week 9, he was in the most open relationship of his life. Nothing had changed externally, only the signal. And when the field changed, the reality aligned. Case 5: From near death to vitality. A woman diagnosed with late-stage autoimmune disorder, bedridden, unable to work, constant inflammation. She used quantum practices as a last resort. Her protocol? Heart coherence, 3x/day. Water intention charging. Frequency sound healing, 528 Hz nightly. Visualization of dancing, hiking, laughing, with emotionally rich imagery. In 6 months, her blood work normalized. She regained full mobility. Her doctor called it unexplainable. But there was an explanation. She stopped feeding the illness with fear and started feeding her field with coherence. The body responded. Each of these stories proves one thing. This works when done consistently, emotionally, and deliberately. Not casually, not occasionally, but as a daily energetic lifestyle. Your body listens. Your money listens. Your relationships, business, creativity, joy, all of it listens. To what? Your field. And your field listens to your thoughts, your feelings, your focus, and your rituals. These are not random stories. They are reflections of universal law. Align the field, and outcomes have no choice but to obey. But now we ask the deeper question. If all this is possible, why don't more people do it? Why don't most experience these miracles? Next, we will uncover the missing factor. The field responds to the brave. Why courage is the final frequency that unlocks all others. You've just seen proof. You've walked through real stories of healing, transformation, and material manifestation, all rooted in field coherence and intention. So now we must ask, why isn't everyone living like this? Why don't most people experience these miracles consistently? Because the field doesn't respond to wishing. It doesn't answer begging. It isn't moved by desperation. The field responds to alignment, to coherence, and most of all, it responds to bravery, because it takes courage to think a new thought when everyone else believes the old one. It takes courage to feel a new emotion when your circumstances trigger fear. It takes courage to see the invisible before it becomes real. This isn't about bold actions. It's about energetic leadership. The universe listens most attentively to the person who transmits a frequency of certainty. Not blind arrogance, but deep inner knowing. This is the frequency of the brave, and it's the final gate between theory and reality. Let's get clear. Every time you generate a new thought, you create an electromagnetic pulse. Every time you feel an elevated emotion, you amplify that signal. But when you sustain that signal, even when the world contradicts it, you bend reality, because your inner coherence outlasts outer chaos. This is bravery in energetic form, not running into danger, but remaining aligned in the presence of noise. The field respects that. The field reorganizes itself around that. Let's see what bravery looks like. Energetically, choosing gratitude when results haven't shown yet. Speaking your new identity even when your environment sees the old one. Visualizing the outcome even after failures. Maintaining intention when others call it delusion. Staying in coherence when the past tries to seduce you back. These are not personality traits. They are frequencies. And the more often you hold them, the more magnetic weight you gain. Your field becomes louder, more organized, more attractive to order, opportunity, and abundance. Now let's address the key illusion that blocks bravery. Waiting for evidence. The field doesn't reward hesitation. It rewards signal strength. If you wait to see the change before believing it, you're still trapped in Newtonian cause and effect. But when you generate belief first without evidence, you enter the quantum domain of causal frequency. You become the cause. The field adjusts itself around your signal. This is what separates manifestors from observers. It's not effort. It's energetic courage. Try this experiment. Pick one desire you've been hesitating on, a goal, a healing, a leap. Now ask, what signal am I currently sending about this desire? If the signal is, I hope it works, I need to figure it out, I'm scared to trust this, then the field receives confusion. Now switch to, it's already aligning. My field knows how to attract this. I trust my coherence more than my doubt. Now you're in the frequency of the brave, and that frequency forces convergence. The field has no choice but to obey the stronger signal. Let's make it physical. Here's a ritual to train bravery in your body. Energetic courage sequence. Stand with eyes closed. Place both hands on your chest. Breathe deeply. Inhale, I generate strength. Exhale, I release fear. Speak your new identity out loud, even if your voice shakes. I am a powerful field of clarity and creation. Visualize your life with nothing withheld, no fear, no apology. Let yourself feel the bold version of your signal. Smile not because it's easy, but because you remember, the field responds to the brave. Repeat this whenever your old programming rises. This isn't posturing. It's field alignment. Let's now acknowledge the resistance. You'll feel doubt, fatigue, delay, discomfort, not because you're wrong, but because you're reordering your energy. And resistance is not the enemy. It's proof that you're transmitting new data. Welcome it, witness it, but never feed it. Let it pass through without taking root. That's what the brave do. They feel the resistance and continue broadcasting anyway. Here's what happens when you sustain the brave frequency. Synchronicities increase. Doubt fades. Vision clarifies. People shift around you. Outcomes accelerate. Not because you worked harder, but because you transmitted stronger. Your field becomes undeniable. Your life begins to orbit around your coherence, not your conditions. That's when real manifestation begins. Not once, but repeatedly. But how can you go further? How do you layer your intention for even more precise and accelerated results? Next, we will explore the advanced framework for manifestation mastery. Advanced manifestation, layering intention. You've arrived at the threshold of mastery. You now understand the field. You've built the morning rituals, breath practices, coherent states, and bravery frequency. But to unlock your next level of creation, you must go beyond single target focus, into the art of layered intention. Because in advanced manifestation, you don't manifest one outcome at a time. You create frequency stacks, layered energetic programs that simultaneously strengthen identity, charge emotion, guide behavior, attract outcomes. Think of it like this. Most people send out one weak pulse. I want money. I want love. I want healing. But those are loose signals. They don't carry depth, clarity, or coherence. Layered intention stacks multiple aligned frequencies into one powerful broadcast. And that's when reality doesn't just respond, it reshapes. Let's break down how to layer intention with precision. Layer 1. Core identity statement. This is the frequency you choose to be regardless of results. Examples. I am magnetic to aligned opportunities. I am the field that organizes abundance. I am a healing presence in physical form. This becomes your energetic root. It's the carrier wave for everything else. Write yours. Speak it daily. Anchor it with breath. Layer 2. Emotional signature. Choose the emotion that best supports your core identity. Gratitude, boldness, joy, peace, power. This emotion is the amplifier. Example. As I embody abundance, I feel powerful and peaceful. Feel this deeply, not just say it. Emotion is voltage. The more voltage, the more magnetic pull. Layer 3. Visual framework. Now create an internal scene rich in detail. Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you with? What sounds and smells are present? This is not imagination. It's a vibrational sketch. And your brain can't tell the difference between real and vividly rehearsed. The more detail, the deeper the imprint in your subconscious and the field. Layer 4. Somatic integration. Now connect this vision and emotion to movement. While visualizing, walk, gesture, stretch, breathe with rhythm. Let your body feel what your mind sees. Now your nervous system believes. And the belief becomes cellular, which means the signal becomes stronger. Layer 5. Spoken activation. Combine all previous layers into a short spoken script. Say it aloud every morning. Example. I am aligned with the field of clarity and strength. My presence magnetizes opportunity. I feel gratitude as reality obeys my signal. Today unfolds in precision, ease, and purpose. Speak with zero strain. Just frequency. Now you're manifesting on 5 levels simultaneously. Thought, emotion, image, body, word. This is coherence in motion. And this is where your creations begin to compound. You're no longer starting from scratch every time. You're building momentum. Every day adds a new charge. Every repetition strengthens the signal. Every breath pulls your timeline closer. Let's take it even further. You can layer multiple intentions on different themes, as long as they don't conflict. Example, financial intention, I receive with flow. Relationship intention, I attract truth and joy. Health intention, I radiate strength and harmony. Each has its own emotional tone and identity code. You rotate them throughout the week or day, but never confuse them, and never contradict them. Conflicting intentions collapse the field. Aligned intentions build a network of outcomes. To maintain these layers, Use consistent rituals, morning plus night. Journal frequency shifts. Speak your script aloud. Visualize from within the body. Adjust wording only when emotion fades. This is your energetic training ground. The field is listening with precision. Are you transmitting with equal clarity? Let's anchor this now. You are not hoping for outcomes. You are building an energetic architecture that outcomes must enter. Because when your frequency becomes layered, loud, and lived, the field doesn't delay. It delivers. But now you must become more than a broadcaster. You must become the broadcast itself. Next, we will complete your evolution by becoming the embodiment of all you've created. Becoming the living magnet. You've layered intention. You've activated thought, emotion, visual imagery, and somatic coherence. You've built momentum through the invisible architecture of the field. Now it's time to do more than send signals. It's time to become the signal. To stop oscillating between high and low vibrations. To end the chase for results. To step into your next identity, one that doesn't try to manifest, but simply magnetizes, because it is coherent, because it is stable, because it is inevitably attractive. This is not poetic metaphor. This is your new energetic function. You're becoming the living magnet, the person whose field is so charged, so consistent, so whole, that reality has no option but to mold around it. Let's unlock what that means. At this stage, you're not operating from hope. You're not initiating change from the outside. You've learned. Thoughts form fields. Emotions magnetize those fields. Focus collapses potential into probability. Breath fuels the signal. Coherence sustains it. Bravery amplifies it. Layering locks it in. Now, you don't project intention to get something. You exist in a frequency that automatically attracts what matches. This is what makes you a magnet. You're no longer an emitter of scattered pulses. You are a steady carrier wave, constant, radiant, and irresistibly commanding. The world can't help but reorganize around a person whose field is no longer fragmented. Let's break it down. Here's what it means, tangibly, to become the living magnet. 1. You hold a dominant frequency regardless of conditions. External events don't dictate your signal. You feel aligned before evidence. 2. Your presence shifts environments. People feel calmer, more inspired, or more activated around you. Not because of your words, but because of your field strength. 3. You attract opportunities without direct effort. Why? Because your field broadcasts the clarity of already being. You're not chasing, you're radiating. 4. Your energy replenishes instead of draining. You no longer leak coherence through doubt, fear, or forced action. Your system holds charge. 5. You feel emotionally sovereign. No longer hooked by emotional chaos around you, you hold center. This is the magnetic human. This is what happens when alignment becomes identity. Let's now step into embodiment. Here is your daily living magnet activation. Stand tall. Posture affects field projection. Open chest. Soft jaw. Feet grounded. Close your eyes. Say internally, I am the field. I don't send signals. I am the signal. Feel your current coherence. If it's weak, slow your breath. Use gratitude. Anchor in stillness. Visualize your body glowing. Not metaphorically, imagine radiant light, expanding 3 to 6 feet outward. Pick one dominant frequency. Choose love, power, clarity, joy, peace. Whatever your day requires. Feel it fully. Hold it in stillness. Let it spread. Hold for 5 minutes. Then move into your day, not to change the world, but to transmit it differently. You've now activated the magnet. This isn't about perfection. You'll still experience waves, triggers, emotion, but your recovery is fast. Your center holds. And most importantly, you stop leaving your field to chase things in the world. You let the world meet you, because your frequency speaks louder than your effort. Now examine your life from this perspective. Are you still chasing goals, or letting them arrive into coherence? Are you acting from lack or moving as a magnet? Are you trying to get or allowing through resonance? There's no shame in recalibrating. This is the path of power. And now that you've become magnetic, your job is not to seek. It's to stay coherent. The field will do the rest. But how do you make sure what you're pulling is from the future you actually want? How do you align not with possibility, but with destiny? Next, we will reveal the final frequency tool before your awakening. The future is a frequency. Tune into it. You've become a field of attraction. You no longer send isolated signals, you emit a steady current. You are magnetizing from identity, not need. Now we unlock the next secret. The future is not something that happens to you. It's a broadcast, a signature signal already vibrating on a certain band, waiting for you to tune in. Your future doesn't arrive chronologically. It arrives vibrationally, which means you don't create the future. You match it. You don't wait for timing. You align with the signal. This is not wishful thinking. This is the next level quantum principle you must now live. Every possible future exists as a frequency, and you are the tuner. Let's break that open. Think of a radio. 1,000 stations are broadcasting right now. You don't hear them all. You hear the one you're tuned to. Your life works the same way. 1,000 versions of your future, all possible, are pulsing in the field. But the only one you live is the one you're aligned with energetically. Your signal is the dial. Your emotion is the amplifier. Your imagination is the pre-tuned preview. Your coherence is the lock-in. And your actions seal the broadcast. Let's say there's a future where you're healthy, abundant, in aligned love, fully expressed, spiritually vibrant. That version of you already exists, and that future has a signature frequency. Your job is not to build it, it's to become resonant with it. And the moment you do, you stop being the version who wants. You become the version who already is. And reality responds instantly, not always with fireworks, but with undeniable alignment shifts. People enter your life. Obstacles dissolve. Ideas land. Momentum builds. Emotions stabilize. Because you stopped vibrating from maybe one day and started transmitting, this is who I am now. Let's make this practical. Here is the tuning protocol: future frequency alignment. Define the future version. Choose one timeline that feels most aligned. What does this version of you have? Do, know, feel. Extract its core frequency. Is it peace, power, freedom, joy, mastery? Practice immersion daily. Sit, breathe into your heart. Visualize one moment from that timeline in full multisensory detail. Feel the emotion. Anchor it. Name it. Act from the frequency. Before each choice, ask, what would that version do? Even small decisions become alignment tools. Speak its truth. Use the language of that future. Not I hope to, but I am aligned with. Not I wish I could, but I trust my field to. Refuse to transmit conflict. Doubt, shame, delay, they're just signals from an outdated frequency. You don't fight them. You just stop broadcasting them. Repeat this, not just once, but until the broadcast feels normal. Then it becomes your new baseline. The mistake most people make? They wait to feel like the future version. They want proof first, evidence, results, but that keeps you stuck on the wrong dial. The only way to hear the song is to tune to the station before it plays. Your brain follows frequency. Your body follows imagination. Your world follows your field. So the future you want is not far. It's vibrationally nearby. And tuning is simply a matter of choice. Let's go deeper. Here's a mantra for this phase. I don't attract the future I want. I attract the future I'm in harmony with. Let that sink. You don't need to beg for alignment. You need to become a match. Every thought, every ritual, every breath is now part of your broadcast calibration. And the more you align, the faster the timeline finds you. It's already happening, because you've tuned in. And now you're broadcasting the next version of you. But are you still acting like you're in the field? Or are you ready for the final truth? Next, we reveal the final unlocking. You are the field, the final revelation. You've learned to breathe coherence. You've mastered intention. You've layered emotion, aligned thought, and fine-tuned your broadcast. You've tuned into the future, activated your inner magnet, and watched the world shift in response. Now we arrive at the final truth, the one that underpins every technique, every ritual, every frequency we've discussed. You're not simply in the field. You are the field. Let that land. Not metaphorically, not spiritually, energetically, literally, functionally. The field is not out there. It doesn't surround you like invisible fog. You are not a being inside a field. You are the field appearing as a being. Every thought, every organ, every breath, every outcome is simply a localized ripple in the infinite ocean of electromagnetic intelligence that you already are. This is the final revelation. The shift from using the field to being the field. It changes everything. You're no longer creating reality. You are reality expressing itself. The illusion of separation between you and life, between you and others, between you and source, begins to dissolve. Because the more coherent your frequency becomes, the more obvious it is. There's no division. There's only field, one signal, endlessly expressing in fractal intelligence through you as you. You are not part of creation. You are creation localizing itself as a human nervous system, temporarily believing in edges that never really existed. Let's step even closer. Why do your thoughts attract? Why do your emotions command matter? Why does belief shift biology? Because those aren't your tools, they're just how the field shapes itself. And you are that field. That's why manifestation isn't magic. It's identity resonance. That's why healing isn't miraculous. It's field correction. That's why prayer works. It's a coherent signal recentering the morphogenic matrix. When you remember this, everything you've practiced becomes simpler. You stop wondering if you're doing it right. You stop checking if it's working. You don't need feedback, because now you know you are the source of the feedback loop. You're the origin. You're the transmitter and the receiver. You're the generator and the mirror. You are not subject to the field. You are the field, flowing through a form that finally remembers its truth. Let's bring this home. When you say, "I feel off today," you're not just commenting on mood, you're describing field fluctuation. When you say, "I need more clarity," you're speaking as the field attempting to stabilize its coherence in a localized zone. When you say, "I want love," it's not because it's missing. It's because the field within you is vibrating a desire to express love more completely through form. Everything is signal. Everything is you. Even the discomfort, the contrast, the tension, all field expressions. You've never been outside of it. You've just believed you were separate. But that belief has served you. It gave you contrast. It gave you longing. And longing gave you momentum. Now longing ends. Not because there's nothing left to want, but because you understand you already are the generator of what you were seeking. So how do you live from this final revelation? Not with pride, not with egoic power, but with intelligent calm. Here's what life feels like when you know you are the field. Clarity increases. You stop guessing. You start sensing. Resistance softens. You no longer fight emotions. You integrate them as data. Creation speeds up. Why? Because your signal no longer fluctuates. Judgment fades. You recognize all other beings as extensions of the same field, vibrating in different patterns. Peace becomes your base frequency, not because things are perfect, but because perfection is no longer required to feel at home. You become still and powerful, not because you're passive, but because you no longer struggle to manifest. You simply express. From essence, from awareness, from field. Here's your final practice. Not a technique, a remembering. Each morning, before your thoughts rush in, say silently, "There is no field outside of me. I am the field. I generate form. I receive through vibration. I am coherence appearing as human. I remember. I accept. I radiate. Let this remembering saturate your day. Speak from it. Act from it. Create from it. Not because you need to create, but because creation is simply the field enjoying its own potential. That's what you are. That's what this has always been about. You started with thoughts as electricity, then feelings as magnetism, then coherence, then intention, then breath, then healing, then layered frequencies, then tuning into futures. All of it was guiding you here, to this final knowing. I am not trying to access the field. I am the field. And now I live from that. This is not a belief. It's a return. You're not becoming more powerful. You're remembering what you always were. Every practice, every shift, every miracle, just echoes of the original truth. You are reality. You are vibration. You are the signal. You are the field. And now, you know. So the final question is no longer, how do I manifest? It is, what will I now choose to express as the field itself? You have the awareness. You have the tools. You have the power. Now walk forward not as a seeker, but as the source, because you are. And the field responds accordingly. Every time, always, you are the field. And this is just the beginning.